Right, hello. Back for, what are we, day 9 of PirateJam. We have to submit our game by 2 PM on the 31st, or 2 PM my time at least. So just over, or just under 6 days left. We're making a game on the theme of You Are the Weapon and doing this game jam, so making the game from scratch. I think I did actually, where did I record that? Oh, 1 second. Let me just turn that off. Getting noises from my phone otherwise. Right. Yeah, so we did record a little summary of what the game is going to be about, and I think that is in the YouTube description. So if you're interested, I'll try and give a quick summary here. Let me just pop that on another screen for a second. And we'll show what we can show. So pretty much we're going along the lines of, well, the theme being You Are the Weapon. We're taking that as being the player is playing as an entity that's had its soul fragmented, and each of the fragments are sealed in various weapons. And by using abilities and spells and magic, you're trying to free the souls from the weapons. So it's going to be pretty much puzzle investigation kind of game, where it's up to the player to try and interact with different things in the environment using different abilities and see if they can change like the outcome of the level. So that's the general idea. We have been doing some pixel art, which is going to be here somewhere. So going to be 2D pixel art made in Aseprite. And wait for Steam to launch. So we've got a few things that we're getting ready with. We did most of the fire wisp animations. I was quite happy with how this came out. We've got like an idle animation. It will let me go to the attack one. And then like a death one as well, which I think is ready to bring into the game at some point soon. And then we started designing a forest keeper. It's going to be something like this, but we haven't got very far on that. We've got a few weapons that we might try and use, so we'll probably do a selection out of this. And what else? I don't think there's much more on here. We do need to start designing the actual environment. So this is kind of what I want the first level to be, but actually the design's changed quite a bit now. So we're going to come back to redesign that properly. But this gives a rough idea. This is now going to be where the fire wisp, like the fire wisp level. So it's not going to be like a summoning circle that they're trapped in. And other than that, oh yeah, we've got the main summoning room as well. But I think we did a little storyboard for this. So it's going to have some kind of creature in the middle. We're going to have the soul of the entity that we represent be like summoned in and then split apart. And then the essence of the creature, or the entity that the player represents, will be transferred into this creature. And that will be like the confinement of the soul. So that's where we got up to on that as well. But yeah, I quite like this kind of smoke cover. So I think we might use that quite a bit in terms of limiting the view of the player as well. And it will help with the scene animations as well, like scene transitions. So we need to bring that into Godot. And yeah, I think that's basically it. What we're going to do to start with, and close Steam now that Aseprite's open. We'll just do some daily games to get us in the thinking mood. And I've tried to bring in a little screen break timer, which is up here in the top corner. Just because I want to try and do a bit of a longer stream today. Oh, why is that cut it? It needs to be on screen. Okay. Yeah, so if I can try and do a longer stream today, I'm going to have to take more breaks. So I've just done an hour timer. We'll just do quick screen breaks every hour, like 1 or 2 minutes just to stretch and rest from the screen. And that's, I think, pretty much it. We're going to start with some daily games to get us in the thinking mood. And then we're going to hop into Godot. And the aim today is a few things to do. Spell interactions, 2D lights and shadows, a spell shield effect, and more work on the ability casting system. So quite a few things to try and target today. We'll see how that goes. Right, but we're going to start with hashtag. Hashtag, we're looking for 4 5-letter words, 2 horizontal, 2 vertical. And a bit like Wordle, we've got letters that are in the correct spot are green, letters that don't exist in that word at all are grey, and letters that are yellow are somewhere in the word, but not in the right spot. So this A is definitely in this horizontal word here, but this S could be in the vertical or the horizontal. And we move pieces about by swapping them. So you can't just, we've got 12 swaps available. You can't just like push a letter into the right spot. You have to swap another letter into the spot you're removing. And anything else with the rules? We've kind of figured out that each swap can make 2 letters green. So there is a perfect way to play this, which you'll end with 5 moves left. So it's normally worth thinking about all of the words before you start swapping stuff. And yeah, that's the basic idea. We've got quite a few vowels, so that's not really going to help us. Although we know that this word, not using either E, and it has a choice between the A and the I. So this word could be something like grill. Should put an E at the end here, the F at the start of this one. Which I can see that. That could be flame, maybe. What would that do? Grill. Put an E here. Which would probably be W. Oh, we know the A can't go here because otherwise this A would be yellow as well. So the A is definitely only in this word. Well, it could be in this word as well, so it could be where the P goes. So W-R-E something something. F-L. If that's an M-E, what does that leave us with? Leaves us with 2 A's in this word. Which seems unlikely. No, sorry, we've already used the A here. So this would be BR. E. It'd be bruise. B-R-E-W-S. What have we used? We've used the R there. E goes there. F goes there. L here. A there, E, no, A here, B here. So that's used, that's used. Like all the top is used. So what would that be? Something W. That would be swamp. Right? And then we've used both S's. There's an S here and an S at the start. Okay, I think I like that. Grill, flame, swamp, and bruise seems to be valid words that use up all the letters and fit with the clues that we've got. Just double checking if there's anything else I'm missing. I don't think so. In which case, if we swap the M and the P, they should hopefully both go green. Okay, I'm more confident with this. So this was going to be grill. This B swaps to here. Yeah, the L and the F, and the I and the E. Perfect. Right. Then we're going to move on to Betweenle, where we're looking for a 5-letter word, and we'll be given clues as to where that word fits alphabetically. So if we guess a word, what I like to use is use these 4 words to make this a bit more tricky. So let's say we start with bruise because that's near the start of the alphabet. And what hopefully is going to happen is when we submit this, it gets pushed to the top to say that the word we're looking for is after bruise alphabetically. And we'll get a clue on the left-hand side, which will say roughly where in the dictionary we're looking. So we're looking for something that's like nearer the end of the dictionary. This is kind of like the ratio of where the word that we're looking for is. So the word we're looking for is represented by this orange dot. So most likely we're looking around like ST, I think, starting letters. So we should be safe to use grill, flame, and then we'll guess swamp last. So if we guess flame first, that should also go up. And then grill. And then swamp. And I think swamp could be quite close to where we're looking. 8.4. Okay, so we're looking maybe R, starting at R, because there's a lot of words that start with S. It might be a bit further up. Let's go like, oh, sorry. Let's go a word beginning with P, but near the end. So we do like pulley? No. Pushy? That should be. Okay. So now if we go with like an RA, we should hopefully be able to see. Actually, it's most likely going to start with an R now. So if we do something at the end of R, then we can eliminate S as a starting letter. Hey Zimni, how's it going? Early stream today, wasn't it? So when I turned my computer on, I saw that you were streaming it. I was like, what? That's very early for you. Or maybe I normally miss those streams. How are the runs? Rush. No. Trying to keep yourself busy. What can we do here? Let's do runny. Okay, so it does start with an S. We've just got a lot of words that start with S then. So let's go with like maybe set up. Ooh, really close. Because he needs to be on a diet for a few days, doing anything not to think about it. Oh no. Just drink lots of water. Keep your stomach occupied. Isn't like chewing gum meant to help you as well? Because you are tricking the body into thinking you're eating or something like that. Okay, let's try. If setup isn't what we're looking for, but we're really close. Maybe there are many other words towards the end of the dictionary here. If not, then we're probably looking at a SH. Let's try share or sharp. Let's try sharp. Okay. Is there anything else here? SF? SG? You want fries or pizza? Yeah, fair enough. You can do like mock pizza. Oh, only do one of three. Ooh. With like a mock pizza, you just do like pizza toppings on like brown bread or something like that. So it's kind of pizza, but you don't get all of the oil and dough and the size of it as well. I think we're SHA. So we got to go something further up the dictionary, which is quite easy. Maybe shade? Shade could be... Yeah, there we go. Cool, okay. So then we'll use this as our starting word for Wordle. Actually quite a good starting word. We get a lot of common letters there. But we only get the S from it, okay. So what would be a good place to put the S in this and use a lot of common letters as well? Maybe... Oh, we can't do brush. Oh, yeah, I like frost. That's a good guess. Lots of common letters there. And we get an R as well. Okay. So, what can go in front of the R? Maybe... Prism? Prism's an interesting word. Yeah, let's go with that. Wow, okay, very nice. So it's got to be crisp, right? Is there anything else it can start with? Crisp? No. Crisp? No. Just double checking. No, it's got to be crisp. Nice. Oh, Frost gave us a great clue there. Okay, on to Travle. So we're trying to go from Western Sahara to Liberia. And the way this game works is you're trying to go through the the fewest border crossings, basically. So larger countries do tend to help. Now, Western Sahara, does that border things like Mauritania? Is Mauritania not a thing anymore? It is, if I spell it right. Yeah, I've heard it is quite a controversial country. I don't know, not everyone recognizes it, and sometimes it's not accepted in some of these games. I don't know why. I don't know the politics around it, but I'm pretty sure Mauritania is here. I'm gonna go for that first. Yes, okay. And then how do we go down to Liberia? Is it Mali? Okay. I need one of these ones that goes south here. Maybe Ivory Coast? Hey, how's it going, Depot Main? Or let me know if I'm saying that incorrectly. Welcome in. Maybe Ivory Coast? Oh, it has the English spelling. Oh no, that didn't work. Nice. There were probably some other options we could have used. Guinea. And we could have gone through Senegal instead of Mali. Oh, nice. Okay, onto some flags. I know that this is Ivory Coast because it looks similar to Ireland. I'm not sure if it's just the dimensions of the flag are different. I'm pretty sure that's Liberia. Now these top ones. I think this is Mali. And I don't recognise this flag, so I'm going to say that's Western Sahara. And we're going to guess that. Okay, 2 wrong. I'm fairly confident on the bottom 2 here. It's recognised by 84 other countries. Okay, so it is... Has that changed fairly recently, though? Because I'm pretty sure I played this game like a year ago, and it wouldn't accept Western Sahara as an answer. So it's potential change in how many countries recognise it. And I just realised also I haven't shuffled my music yet. Oh yeah, a bit more variety. So do we swap these two? I guess this makes sense because if it's Western Sahara and we've got the crescent around the star on the west side of the star. Let's try this. Yeah, nice. Should have gone for that. Okay, onto connections. We're looking for 4 groups of 4. Top 2, yeah. Nice. You just realised you have no idea what their flag looks like. Right. Okay. So what we're trying to do here is create 4 groups of 4. And we're playing a little bit along the Wordle hard mode that I'm not sure if Hank Green made up the mode, but it's the way that he plays it, which is you try and get the purple first and then blue, green, yellow. So you're trying to look for the most difficult group first. So the words we've got. This is a weird one. Ginkgo. Okay. Slope, emoji, angle, vent, tycoon, recess, mogul, lodge, lunch, pod, karaoke, class, cycle, lift, and homeroom. 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 There are some weird words in this one today. I've got no idea what this is, which might mean it's an American company or thing of some kind. I was thinking tycoon and mogul seem like they work together, but there's no other things that work with them. So slope, angle, lift, maybe, and some tricky ones here today. Karaoke. Pod, class. What else we got? Recess. You could have a recess that's like a den. Ooh. This is a tough one today. Doesn't help that I don't know what homeroom or this is. we have any words hidden in here? Ink. Any other words hidden in other words here? Not that I see. Angle. Cycle. I mean, what would this be? I've got a feeling I'm not going to like the categories today. Even when if we do eventually get any. Class. I want pod and class. That doesn't feel right either. Maybe ski something. Ski slope, ski lodge, ski class, and ski lift. Anything else that can be ski? I do the mini. But I think to do the standard you have to be subscribed, don't you? But yeah, that's a proper challenge. This could actually be the purple, because the purple tends to be a like fill in the blank kind of category. So I might guess this, even though I think it's the easiest category here. And oh, that's one away. Okay. So, what is going to fit with something else? Probably class. And what else can we have? Ski. Ski cycle? No. Ski pod, maybe? Ski class. Ski lunch. Ski homeroom. Ski recess. Ski mogul. I mean, moguls are like the bumps on a ski slope. You can call those moguls. Let's try that. Okay, so it's just features of a ski resort. Okay, so we're not getting the purple first, but at least we've got a group. So a pod, a class. Are these like groups of fish? No idea what. Could you get a tycoon of fish, maybe? A recess of fish? I'm not sure that's right. Class, recess, lunch, and maybe homerooms, some way of some American thing where you do your homework or something like that. Let's try that as a school group. Okay. What is homeroom? Can I just search for that? Private classroom. An administrative period that occurs in a classroom assigned to a student in primary school and secondary school. Administrative documents distributed, attendance is marked. Okay. It's like it's like yeah, I think you have to subscribe for the digital version. You can do it when you're at the airport, since they have all kinds of papers. Yeah, Mondays are easy and then it goes downhill. Yeah, I think, isn't it Sunday is like really full on difficult. Okay, so we would call this like maybe reception or registration in the UK. We probably wouldn't use recess, we'd use like break. Okay, so what are these groups though? Like, these are all just weird words in general. Can a pod, a cycle, angle, and dent, can they be related? Emoji. Let's just guess this group and see. Words derived from Japanese, right, okay. And then what's this? Angle. Odd. Cycle. Bent. Angle. So yeah, we did terrible trying to do it in hard mode, but at least we're getting the categories. I'm not going to like this group, I don't think. Let's see what it is. Words after the prefix tri. Triangle, tricycle, trident, and tripod. Yeah, I'm not... it's okay. There have been worse categories. Okay, on to word salad. So word salad, we're looking for words in the grid, like a word search, but the words can go in any kind of direction. We're looking for 5 different answers that fit in this category, which is the Scottish puzzle. Okay. One of these words is a phrase, which is 2 4-letter words. One of the answers. These words, the numbers here tell you how many letters in the word, and they're listed alphabetically. So, Scottish. The Scottish puzzle. We've got to have haggis if it's a Scottish puzzle, right? Okay. Maybe kilt. And yeah, the letters disappear if they don't exist in any future answers. Scottish flag? No. Scottish castle? No. We've got bagpipes. Are these just like Scottish things relating to Scotland? Still double G. That F has got to go with the L. Surely. Maybe golf? Yeah. Show. I can't see any connection between the S and the H. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing, is that it has to all link up. So we've got a 7-letter word here that's alphabetically before golf. And we've got 2 4-letter words. So the first word is going to start after kilt. So maybe W. If we started W, it's probably WH. And then what? Oh, wait, why is it? It's the Scottish Day today, isn't it? What's it called? It's not Hogmanay, that's Christmas. Is it Burns Night today? Let's see, when is Burns Night? Yeah, it's Burns Night today. Right. That's not on here. That's probably why it's a Scottish theme puzzle. I mean, I can see Glasgow, but it doesn't really fit with the other answers, I wouldn't say. It's just a town. And then Loch Ness, there we go. Bit of a weird selection of answers for that one, but okay. Moving on to Strands. So Strands is similar, but we're looking for 6 words in this grid, They won't overlap. Thank you. But yeah, they won't overlap, and one of the words will be the spangram, which has to touch two opposite sides of the grid. So it could be like a phrase or word that goes in this kind of pattern, or it touches the left and right hand side of the grid, something like that. So the spangram will give us like a better clue for what the rest of the words are going to be. But seeing double is like a cryptic-esque clue. So if we're seeing double, are we talking about like eyewear of some kind? Are we looking for things like sunglasses maybe, or things like that? Not that I can see. The other thing you can do in Strands is you can work up hints. So if you just guess a standard it has to be 4 letters or more, but just any words that you see in the grid, every 3 of those you can get a hint, which will show us all the letters in one of the answers. Won't necessarily tell us the order, but it will show us like which letters are involved in an answer. But it would be good if we can pick out one answer. Once you've got like 1 or 2, then it's a little bit easier. But nothing's really jumping out to me here. Seeing double, what would that be? See the word seen and ball or soon. Any of those can like link up to phrase or something like that? No, I think we're going to have to go down the clue route here. So let's get our first hint. Coffee. It has to be... So, 5 of these answers are going to be one-word answers. But the spangram that has to hit opposing sides of the grid can be a phrase. It doesn't have to be just a single word. So why would coffee be seeing double? I don't get what the link would be there. And because we know that all the letters have to be used, we know that there's like... Oh, I know what the clue is. It's double letters. So because coffee's got a double F and a double E, I think we're looking for like succeed. Because that's 2 double letters in a word. There we go. So this is going to be balloon now. And our spangram is probably going to be like letters. There we go. Going across the grid there. And then we're looking for 2 more words up here that have double letters in them. So we've got the double O, double L. Actually, a little bit, there's a double P here. A little bit easier because we know where some of the words have to interact. So the double M, double E, double T, which is probably committee. Double M, I, come on, I, double T, double E. And then this has got to be whirlpool, right? No. What's this? Well, no. How is this one word? Will. Surely it can't end. This W has to be at the end of the word. And it can't end HW, so we need to start WH. There's probably WHI. It's got to start WH. What is this word? It's got to start WH. I'm certain of that. Because I don't know anything that can end HW. Oh, perhaps we can do that. WH. O. Should be possible, right? Anyone got any idea? We just try. What is that word? It was the only way I could see it working, but what on earth is that? It's a type of bird? That is a stretch. A hyphenated word. I'm not a fan of that. All right, well, let's go on to real bird, fake bird, which is kind of topical from that. Yes, I mean, sometimes it's interesting to learn a few bits, but that... not sure I like that. So real bird, fake bird, we're given a category and then we're given a series of 7 answers and we have to say, are they real or are they false? Are they made up? So Fast and Furious series characters, Dom is, I'm pretty sure, the character that Vin Diesel plays, right? And my knowledge of Fast and Furious goes up to Fast and Furious 2. And I'm pretty sure we're on like maybe even 10. So there's 8 movies here that I don't know characters from. I don't recognize this character name. Brian. Was Brian the guy? Yeah. Vin Diesel's in it and that's it. So we've already got Vin Diesel's character. So maybe let's go for... I feel like Brian's the cop guy, right? I think that's real. Mr. Nobody. Come on, that could be a character. It feels kind of like a made-up character, which makes me feel like it should be a real character for this series. I'm gonna go real. Yeah. Little Miss Nobody. Now that's gotta be fake, right? Queenie. Queenie sounds like a character could be in a street racing scenario. And Han Solo. Very good. This has got to be made up by the game setters. There's no way they made a character called Han Solo. I mean, Star Wars and Disney would be on their ass straight away. That's real? No way. What? I mean, clearly taking inspiration from Han Solo, right? What film? What film in the franchise? First appearance. Better Luck Tomorrow? What? Oh, this isn't even in the Fast and Furious. What? Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna back out of that. Okay, finally, we'll get onto the mini. So mini, just a small crossword, and we're trying to do it fairly quickly here. So we'll see what we get. Comfy slip-on shoes for short. Slip-on shoes. No, I'm gonna come back to that. Convincing evidence. Having your mind blank here, or you might breathe into a paper bag or drink water upside down. So hiccups. Start arguing. Starts arguing. Fights of some kind. Mark left by trunks. Gonna come back to that. Bird of Australia, maybe an emu. Bruce Lee. Small issue to pick. Small issue to pick. Clairvoyance gift. A short. Clairvoyance gift. Like psychic? Come back to that. Speed limit abbreviation, miles per hour. Art form with folding is origami. Something milk is a natural laxative. Something Gilligan never told us. Castaway line. What? Some kind of... This has got to be an animal name, right? By proof. Yes, that's a good one. Where LA and San Diego are casually. Utterly hopeless. Let's do proof. Utterly hopeless. Futile? Yeah. Trees with needles. Pines. Like a roller coaster drop. Like a big roller coaster drop. Steep? ESP. Yeah, that works. Okay. Number of things I hate about you is 10. Oh, is this like moccasins? But I don't know how you'd shorten that. Like mocks. Or mocks. We'll come back to that one. Start arguing. Go at it. Yeah. Marks left. So this is a tan line. Small issue nitpick. It's got to be coconut. And SoCal? No. Where LA and San Diego are. SoCal. South California, right? Ooh. Yeah, never would have got this without letters to help me there. Brief we might have got to. ESP I wouldn't have guessed. Okay, not too bad. So hopefully that's got us in a bit of a thinking mood. So what do we want to do today? I think it's mostly going to be a focus on doing bits in Godot until we run out of focus. And when we start flagging on our focus, we'll swap over to Aseprite and do some environment designs. So what I need to do is I want to redesign this scene. And we're just going to do the background scene of like a cave. And the cave will have... I need to have something that has like stalactites and stalagmites in the cave design, because those are going to be used for the puzzle elements. Or for some of the puzzle elements. And my aim is going to be to have a lot of things done by the end of the day. Or the end of the stream. So hopefully it's going to be quite a long stream. We'll see how we get on. And we're going to start off. Yep. Doing solo game jam for this. I feel there's a few people that I would quite like to do game jams with that have met through various previous game jams, but I still feel like I'm quite a beginner with a lot of the game design and programming and stuff like that, and I want to be a bit more confident in like being able to say, oh, I can go off and do this feature before I start doing like team-based ones. The only team one I've done is with one of my old housemates, and that's a bit more, I don't mind too much because I know them quite well, and we were both like kind of in the same boat as like it was our first game. But because it's been mostly hobby side of things. Second. Yeah, mostly hobby side of things. I've kind of felt like I want to do them solo until I've got a better understanding of how to get things working. So what are we going to try and do? We want to do... I think one of the quick things we can do is 2D lights and shadows. So if we add a child node here... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I quite enjoy doing the pixel art side of things. So, I mean, my massive gap in knowledge is sound effects and music. But in most of my jams, I kind of just avoided that and used assets. So, definitely music is something I'd need to do, like, outsource and work with someone with. I think I quite like the game design elements, which is kind of one of the reasons why I'm doing game jams, is to like figure out which bits I enjoy. But I also do quite like programming. I just don't feel confident enough in it yet, in like game engines. I've come from like systems engineering, which is a bit of, well, some of it has been like quite low level programming. And then also a bit of web development. So mostly front end stuff, which means I'm a bit more confident in UI side of things. But again, it's much easier to do UI with CSS rather than whatever boxes you try and do in a game engine. So there's still big gaps in my knowledge. Right, so for this, I think I want a texture rec as like our background scene. We're just going to call this background. And for the moment, let's give this we could just do this as our background. See you, Zimni. Yeah, thank you for the good luck. See you soon and have a good weekend. And then let's do this as full screen. How would I do this? Got it. Same. Been doing front end for about 15 years now. Nice. I've just started with Godot for this game jam. Oh, you're doing PirateJam as well. Nice. You doing it solo? Here's Emily. Have a good one. So do I just want to stretch this out as a background scene? I kind of want this to be... I mean, we could place this on... Okay, why is it not letting me interact? I'm not sure if this is something with Linux, but I'm finding every now and then I've got to resize the screen to get interactions working again. So if I put this as a background to here, and then full screened it. Do this? No. Okay, that's not going to work. Bit width. Scale. Is the level... Okay, the level's not... got a size to it. Okay. So... Oh, that sounds cool. Keeping the game really simple, killing bugs on the floor with your feet. And then you can upgrade to different kinds of footwear like high heels for precision and high damage. Nice. Sounds like a good idea. I think what we want to do is just give this like a full screen size for the moment. And we want to offset it so that the camera can't go outside of the bounds of this. So the position, if we start at like minus 600 or something, and we go up minus 400 maybe, just so we've got like a clear background of what we can work with, and so that the camera will always have this as the background. So let's just double check for a start that that works. If we load the scene, yeah, okay. So we've got a couple of spell effects started to be set up. We've got like an area of effect thing and a beam kind of thing. And what I wanted to test was, we want our default layout. I want to add a 2D light. What do I just search for light? 2D point light? Yeah, okay, these light occluders, that's what I want to see how that works. So let's try directional light. Went back to watch the earlier live videos, noticed you used Aseprite. They gave it a go. Like it so far and have really done pixel art. 100%. If you want to do anything with pixel art, I'm fairly confident in recommending Aseprite as the way to go. It's got so many features designed for pixel art use. And if you want a good series for like tutorials, I would recommend Adam C. Eunice. This guy has got a full playlist of pixel art stuff, and one of those has a video somewhere here of Aseprites, I'm pretty sure. Where's the Aseprite one? What I'll do, take this link. That is a full playlist of some really good, useful tutorials. Where's the Aseprite one though? Oh, it's here. Be painting palettes, intro to game UI. Or we'll just do Control F. Crash course in 30 minutes, this one.
Instead.
So this, that from the start? That is from the start. Really good. Basically, most of my pixel art stuff I've learned from Adam. Definitely recommend. Right, so I don't want a directional light. Directional light seems to be more a case of like if we had a sun in the scene that gives, let's just say it, directional 2D light from a distance. Yeah, so we can give it like an angle to cast light. So how about point light then? What do we need to do? We need to give it a shape and a texture. What? A texture with the shape light must be supplied to the texture property. What do you want as a texture? Got anything I can quick load? I don't feel like let's just put the node in for the moment. What does that look like? Okay, so can we scale this? If I scale this to like size 4, texture scale 4, no. Oh, okay. So this is the texture of the light. So we change this. Just realized all the properties are directly behind the camera. Can I pop this out? Where did that even go to? Oh, down here. No. Could maybe do something like that. We could bring everything over this side. Maybe leave history over here. Don't really need history. Can I close that? I never use this. Yeah. Maybe we can move the file system across. Have the inspector here. That's not going to be... I do that? But I'll give that a try, because the file system isn't that important to be on screen. Whereas these are a bit more. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay. So this is looking for a texture on here, which I think we don't want something like this. We just want the light source. So if let's even just do this as 32 by 32. Actually, it can be way smaller, can't it? Or do we want it bigger for less definition? Yes. So 128 by 128. Let's try this. And we just do a light source. Big as we can go. What size is that? Where's the size of that? Bottom left. 110. Just thinking. Do 120. Probably a decent size. Start right in the corner. I'm just looking at the numbers in the bottom left hand corner. That tells me that this should be a 120 circle. And can I center this, or is that not going to center? Or if I put it in one corner, that'll probably be better. Okay, so it's touching those two corners. We change the sprite size to 120 by 120. And then we're going to save that as assets, I guess sprites. And we're just going to call this light source or light.png. That's not exporting, is it? We want to save light.asprite. Yeah. And then export as light.png canvas forward. And is that going to pixel source files? We want to go to sprites. Save it there. Export. Right now, we can replace this with our light. Okay. And then the scale we put down to 1:1. Okay. I kind of want to say, if we add a scene, which is our target scene. No, not that one. Maybe we need a new scene. Okay. God, no. This for the moment is just going to be standard no 2D. And let's call this fire wisp. Maybe like that. That should be alright. Gonna make this its own scene. And this is probably going to be something that we edit into just a generic character. But for the moment, we just want to add maybe animation player or maybe animated sprite. Or we just do animated sprite. Then in our animation, we got anything to quick load? No, not yet. If we do new sprite frames, and we're going to have to export from here as well. File, export, sprite sheet. By rows is fine. Constraints. None is fine. As duplicates. There are a couple of duplicate files. Not empty. Open spreadsheet. Don't want preview. Actually, let's have a preview for the moment. To sprite by layers. All layers, visible layers. They all look okay. They all look correct. And frames, I want to split tags. Now, if I don't merge duplicates, do we get a few extras where? Is there only one extra on the bottom row? Just this idle here. Okay, let's get rid of that. That's fine. Orders, trim sprite. There's an overlap here, isn't there? We trim it. Let's do a border padding of 2. Spacing of 2, not border padding. I don't know actually if we want to trim. No, let's not trim. Because this way we know the exact positioning of the sprite. That's better. That's fine. Output file. And we want to put this in. Yeah, in our sprite folder. New folder. Let's call this creatures. And creature. Maybe we're going to change this to creature sprite sheets. Export. Right, go back to here. And this is now our sprite sheet. And what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 3. So horizontal 8, vertical 3. No trim, that's fine. And we want to just select that as our idle animation. We're going to call this idle. Can we call it idle? And then we want to add 2 other animations. One of this is attack. And the other one is die. So attack, we're going to do the same. And it goes this and then these. And die, we're going to do one more, which goes this and then these. Right, so if we play these, we're going to have to play around with the FPS, but that's fine. Yeah, we need to change the timing of some of these. How do we do the frame duration individually. Like, I want this to be shorter. Right, like this. Okay. And this... Okay, and what if we do this at like a 10 FPS? Bit slower. 8. 8 looks like what we're looking for. Okay, those look good. Now, we want to start with idle. And we want to autoplay it. Which is this little button here. And then anything else we need to do? I think that's okay. I don't know on the sizing though, but we'll work with that. Now in our level, we have our fire wisp. Time to head home. See you in a bit. Cool, sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, maybe see you in a bit. So what I want to do is put this guy, if I move him to like this part of the level, and then we want to move the light Hey, Suki Le Plant. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Right, and then we give him a light source. That's a bit bright though. Can I change the energy down? What if we just do this as energy of 1? You think you have an issue? You've been listening to the same song for over I don't know how many hours. Hey Squids, how's it going? Welcome back. It's not huge progress yet. It's mostly the animation, which I was quite happy with how we ended up with. I don't know why. Actually, you've just saw the start of the flame sprite, didn't you? So I guess this is actually quite a bit. You got to change your song then, Suki. So can I change this to what we mix? No, correct? No, mix but have higher color ratio. And what if we give this like a slight hue towards like a warm color? It's for you, just time traveled. Too lazy to change the song. What if we increase? Like have a high value. No worries. Okay, maybe this is an additive. Okay, what if we move the directional light to be focused around the head? And we add a second one. And this one we make smaller. No shadow. Shadow enabled, maybe? So we do this as like a 0.25. But then the pixel ratio goes off. Can I change texture scale to 0.25 as well? No. To 4? that's no good. Okay. So maybe we need to import another option. Mix is not what we're looking for. I think add is what we're looking for. Hey Lumby. Hey Lumby. Hey Ranks. Oh, I thought my brain was awake. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. How's the game coming along? Welcome back. Yeah, you're Lumby now. Okay, and then maybe we have this energy higher. If we set this to like 1.5, kind of feels like I want to like blur the edges. I don't know if that's possible. Got stuff to work on, buttons and extra items. Ooh. I did give it a little go off stream. And I figured I'd take ages to get any progress. So but the controls are fun. Like snapping between a short and a long blade to give you like momentum to get up the steps was pretty fun to try and figure out. So now if I have in the level what do I want? I want a light occluder, right? And if we attach that to maybe to the background, and then we need to do an occluder shape, which where is that? Up here. How does this work? I draw, edit. How do I draw this? Select this. Please draw a polygon. How do I draw it though? Oh, it was somewhere up here, wasn't it? This? No, okay. You can get out of the dungeon. I got to the top of like basically the first flight of steps, and then I saw the route there. I feel like you can go straight up that drop down. What I assume is a drop down. And then you've got the extra climb bit on the far right hand side. But that was probably about 10 minutes. And I was like, I'm gonna pause here, otherwise I'm gonna not make any progress on the game. Edit points, here we go. Oh, create points. How do I... Oh, because I'm on the move. Okay. So what if we did something like this? So does that work? That should block this bit of light, right? What are you complaining about now? You're kind of not complaining. Why? Oh, I've got no idea how this is meant to work. It looks like it's still complaining, but I can't click on the warning anymore. So maybe it's not Maybe let's add one more of these. Does it matter the order of them? No, doesn't look like it. I do this one in between with a scale of like 0.5. Kind of works. So why does that not... Let me just have a look at this video. So this is in the YouTube description, I think already. Should be. Let me just double check that. Yeah. So how does this work? We add the point light. We give it a texture. And then does it go around corners or not? No, it shouldn't. Right. What am I doing wrong?
Create a new polygon. Make sure you're on your mouse tool. Click the plus, and now you can add the points for your occlusion. And now, as you can see, when we drag around our light, we will get dynamic shadows. Because the light is being blocked by this occluder, we can create as many as we want.
Okay, let's try that. I think what we're saying is if we move this guy around, does it need to be on the same layer? What if we put this as part of the fire wisp? Then what? No. No, it's got to be different, right? These are all point lights, they need to be renamed. I mean, we're going to rename these properly after, but at the moment, let's do this. But why does that not work with the light occluder? There is setting somewhere. What have we done differently? Let's just watch this.
Hello everyone, in this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to use the point
Yeah, the volume is loud enough.
And have dynamic shadows in Godot 4. To get started, you need to have some sort of background. This is because the point light will not appear on just the regular background. It needs to have some sort of object to be on top of. Now, let's create that point light 2D. And I have made a circle PNG, but you can use any PNG. And let's drag up this intensity a little bit. Let's enable shadows. You can also
enable shadows, right. That's the step that we missed. But on these lights, there is shadow enabled. Right. Where's that? Shadow enabled. New shadow enabled. Right, there we go. Okay. So now when we move the wisp around, we get shadows. Cool. What we like to see. So maybe we want an even larger one of these. So what is the scale with this? We do like a scale of 8. But we drop the intensity. like 0.2. Okay, that works. So what if this is like a ground object? So we're going to cut these erase points. So we click on this. We just do like a ground. Oh wait, I'm editing both of them. Now, why am I editing both of them? I just want to select this one. Okay, let's edit points by just dragging. Why are they editing both? Oh, because they're using the same occluder. Right, so if we do new occluder for this one. There we go. Right, and then can I just do this? Maybe it needs a slight thickness. Cool, okay. So then that would be like our ground. Which I guess we don't want to occlude though. Like we need the light to spill onto the ground, but not to keep casting in the same way, do we? Change the song then. Oh, is it because in the game that you're making, you're using a certain song as your background music, and that's why? just have to pause it. Turn the sound volume down or something like that. What if we do like this as the shadow? What does this do? Let's just set it like bright pink and see what happens. Transparency needs to go up. Okay. Okay. That's quite cool. We have an option to do odd shadows. So really, these point lights, we should cut them and put them actually on the fire wisp. Because then, oh, cancel. They'll be tied to the fire wisp, and then we don't need to make a mistake by accidentally moving one of them. I wonder if we can change these. So we need a script for this guy, at least to control the animation changes as well. But what I'm wondering is if we can change some of these to give a little flicker as well. So I guess if we take all of these point lights, so 2, 3, 4. Really, we should rename these. So what's this one? This is the narrow one, right? center one. 0.5. Okay, so it's easy to change then. 0.25. 0.8. So that's the smallest, goes up to that. And then this is the area. So let's call this like wide area. Wide area point light. This is focus point light. Actually, we need to get rid of all of these. This one's going to be our what do we call this? Like close proximity? Proximity. I'm just going to call this proximity point light. And this one, actually this should be wide area. I mean, I could just change the focus. And this can be ambient. That kind of hints towards it, at least. So then if we pull these into here, we can work with them. So they've all got the same texture, right? Let's reset that. Guess what we want to do is like color pick them as well. And then if we do like point light dot position, let's do I kind of want like an oscillate. How do you spell oscillate? Oscillate? That's not how you spell oscillate, is it? I want to give it like a bit of a backward, forward. That is how you spell oscillate. Okay, cool. Oscillate offset. Which is going to equal offset. Going from a North American song to another North American song. Nice. Var oscillate. So we're not redeclaring this each time. This can be an int. On ready, we want to set it to 0. And then here, we want to plus equals delta, maybe? I'm UK. Based in London. Focus light position. Plus equals oscillate. How am I going to do this? Might be worth just doing a random. Yeah, probably not. I know a bit of Italian and a bit of French, and that's probably the extent of my foreign languages. Focus position. Can I just do like a random? No? That might be better. What do we have as random function? Function randomize? What does that do? Let's go to... How does this work? Randomizes the seed. No, that's not what we want. Rand I returns a random name. Rand F? Yes, this is what we want. Rand F. Rand F. How do we want to do this? We want to randomize every frame. You're writing away with your native language that Google Translate has difficulty translating. What, by using slang, or is it just a language that isn't that widely recognized? I don't want to randomize every frame. Using slangs and using more phonetic writing. Yeah, fair enough. I feel like most languages you can do that though, can't you? A lot of modern slang is not necessarily input into Google Translate. A little bit. I kind of want what I'm trying to. Well, what I want to try out is have all 4 of these light sources. Actually, the ambient we won't need to, but these 3 to have like a slight flicker to them. So by doing a random, I think I'd need like 6 different random results. Random functions should impact much performance depending on the algorithm. Should or shouldn't? That's a good one. Okay, cool. I was just trying to get it in my head, but I guess, yeah, there's no point. This is one of the things I do a lot, is over-optimize. Or worry about optimization way too early. And I should just get things working, and then if it's an issue, then worry about it. But the question now is, if we are constantly randomizing, we might end up with drift away from, yeah, yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Solve the problem at hand, don't look for a problem you haven't found yet. Yeah, if we just add a random offset each frame, then there is a likelihood that we drift away from the center. So what I need is, I guess the offset at the start is going to be 0, 0, right? We're aligned with 0, 0. Our transform position should be 0, 0, isn't it? Why is it offset? Oh, because the head of the sprite is not at 0. But we can do that. Fair play. So if we move our animated sprite down so that the head is on 0, 0, then we can have everything focused on 0, 0, our transform. And then when we do our script, we don't have to worry about this. We just say it is the position equals vector 2 Parrot. I think. Is there a 7TV? Oh yeah, no. That works for me. Although it might not come up on. Does it come up on the overlay? I can't see. Oh, my camera's delayed. Wait, let me just reset that quickly. Right, that's better. Yeah, on Twitch that works. Does it not work for you? I don't think in the restream overlay up here, I don't think it will work. But I can't see. But on my Twitch stream manager, those are coming up correctly. Yeah, so we want vector 2, randf, randf, right? Oh, it's not capital R. And we do that for the other two. So proximity point and wide area. And we might need like a few times. Or like times 5 maybe. Let's do like this. Let's just see what happens with that. So if we play this frame, oh, we're not gonna be able to do it on this frame. Let's say we play it on this frame. We're gonna have to move our weapon so we can actually see it. You have no clue what you're doing or even trying to do. No. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit insane, but it's kind of there. Right. So what we want to do is I think we kind of want them all to work together. So instead, if we say oscillate offset, and let's do this as a vector 2 rather than a vector 2 0 0, and we're going to say this equals vector 2 randf, well, just this, and then if we oscillate all of them in the same direction times 5, so yeah, then they move together but slightly offset. Let's just see what that does. Okay, still pretty crazy. So now what I need to do is to stabilize it, which will be like doing a counter. Let's just do a counter event and we set that to 0. Actually, we can just set this to 0 here, right? And then we don't need this, I think. And then we say if count greater than 10, count equals 0, and we do all this. Counter. And then we do counter. Can we just do counter plus plus, or does that not work here? No. Plus equals 1. Right, now it should be every 10 frames. Which is a bit more manageable, but it's still way too extreme. So what we want to do... Oh, because we're already timesing it by 5 here. That's why. So that should be a bit more manageable. Okay. I mean, ultimately, the best way to do this would be that each frame of the animation can match the offset based on like what the tendrils are doing and stuff like that. But that's too manual. I don't really want to do that. So if we even make this slightly smaller, so like 2, 5, and 8. That's more reasonable. And actually, I'm almost thinking it needs to be the other way around. This needs the biggest variance, and this the smallest. Not sure that works. Maybe if they all have the same. See what happens with that. That feels more realistic. Now what I kind of want to do is... we definitely need to change the scale of stuff. But we'll mess around with scales when we get closer to the build. Okay. So what else do we want to do? Well, I think first thing is we are overdue the screen break. We were meant to do that in 1 hour. So we're just going to do a quick screen break here. Be right back. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll reset that timer and keep going. I'll just have a think about what we're going to do next. All right, back in a sec. Right. Yeah, it's dried enough now. Where were we then? Did dance do anything? I don't know if I've got dance. I think there might be like a dance command. Does this work if I do? Doesn't look like it. I'm sure there was something set up with a load of dance animations. See if I can find it. Stream. Come on. It's gonna remember my login. I haven't logged into Stream Elements for so long. No, I don't think so. Oh, maybe. Just... No, I don't think I've got it. Oh, never mind. What's that one? Does this work if I do... like, blob dance? Does that work? Okay, so that might work. If I say... PTV. I didn't type. Okay, some of them work, some of them don't. So I think those are the... There might be 7 TV emotes now rather than BTTV, but those are the ones that were added to the options at one point. Right. I'm distracting myself now though. Let's see. We're going to reset our timer. Which will do for 15. No. 5:15. Little nudge down from that. No, too much. Come on. Why is it offset now? Yeah, everyone loves the dance parrot. No, I don't know why it's changed the offset. Let's do that, and then we can change it here. So easy to change. There we go. Right. So what we want to do, I think that doesn't even need to be that much. We'll just do this. Just a slight offset all the time. I think that's enough to give like a flame effect for the light. I think we need to play around a bit with the intensities. Other than that, that's fine. But yeah, that's distracting ourselves. So the light occluders seem nice and simple to use. think we need to consider what happens in the ground. So I think we're going to have a ground level, which will just be like a flat occluder across the bottom. But can we do one that's not full intensity? It's like, how would a spotlight, it's going in all directions. Let's say there's like a wall here. Guess you'd have like a wall at the front. Maybe say we get another one. What if we just rotate this 90 degrees? No, minus 270 maybe? Yeah, we can use that same shape as like the edge. You don't see the occluders in. Yeah, you don't see the occluders in the camera. That's okay. Okay, I'm quite happy with how the lights and shadows work. So what we want to do next is probably need to figure out our screen size again. So this 640 by 360. Are we doing that for our size here? What's the canvas size? No, we're doubling our pixels. So everything can be a doubled size. Is there a better way to do that though? It probably is. Let's have a look on here. So if we want Godot double resolution, okay, to configure stretch base size at runtime from a script. Get tree root content scale size. Modern approach with multiple resolutions. The engine will never change the monitor resolution on its own. Stuck on a low resolution if the game crashes. Especially common, okay. The stretch setting. We did have a look at this, didn't we? So is that in the project settings here? What would we set that scale to 2? By default. When we run it, do we get double? No. Oh, we get zoomed in, right. Which is what we wanted to do, I think. If we change this scale here down to 1, because this means that we can leave the scale alone, hopefully. I don't have to go in and change the scale of every item. So what's that done? Our camera should be on here, right? We move the weapon. Camera should move with it, yes. Just need a better understanding of how this operates. So that looks right for the sprite sizes, I think. But can we make it so that when it opens, that the scene is doubled? Oh, we can do a custom cursor as well. Might have to do that. Rendering. See what options we have here. So, Godot test, let's do test scene, double resolution. No, maybe we had something in this where it was think about this. Scales. Let's see what methods we have on the window. We have like a resize, reset size, maybe. Reset size do. Not sure any of this is what we're looking for here. What I want is Godot, work with 320 by 180 pixels, but double resolution. Double viewport size. A motor viewport which results in game rendered at fixed resolution set in the grain. I think we're already doing that. Canvas items. Okay, if we do a viewport instead, what happens? Still the same. Hi Ty, how's it going? You had to drop yours. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, you don't think you've got enough time next week? Game's going alright. Initial screen, what's this? Oh no, that's the different size. Way too much work to get done. Yeah. What, because of the scope of the game, or you just got other things you need to do? What does aspect do then? Not quite. Got 3 weeks to finish 18 miniatures. Oh. That's quite full on. I think this is what we want either. Yeah, unfortunate. Nice. I guess what I'm looking for is Godot open what run scene. Double window size or something like that. Double resolution. I want dynamic screen size. I want it to open. That's not work. Basically want this screen to open at a bigger size, like this, because this will be roughly the resolution that we're going to export to, I think. Right, we're probably going to do that work. What does advanced settings give us? Oh, maybe. What's this? Window width override? Yeah, okay. what I kind of want to do is work with this being the same size as what my pixel art is going to be, but then have it run at a larger size. What does this do? So that's our scene. Nope. Expand? Maybe let's try that. Close that and rerun. Nope. Edit the settings maybe? There's something in run? No, that's fine. Not sure this is it either. No. Go save. Custom position? No. I want to change the size. Sure, there's got to be a way to do this, right? Maybe we just full screen it. Let's see what that does. Force maximize. Yes, we can do that. Thing is, how this is going to play in itch, we'll probably set this to what, 720p. So maybe if we do project settings, we do 720. No, sorry, that's the height, isn't it? 720, 1080. Let's clear these. And then we set the scale to, what's that, triple? No, six times scale. If our canvas size here, 180 height, take that up to 720. That times 6? 6? No. Times 4 maybe? 48. Yeah, times 4. Okay, 4 times scale. Maybe this works. Maybe we don't need to expand. What does this look like? Wrong aspect ratio. Why is that wrong? Hey, welcome back. It's kind of on and off. I think my first stream, maybe like 2022. But it was very much like doing a few bits around game jams and around like a few hobby streams. I don't think I've had a consistent like 6 months of streaming at any point. I'm trying to get more consistent. Maybe it's not 1080 by 720. What's the resolution I want? Screen size. Yeah, 720. What is 720p? $1280 by 720. Okay. 1280. 7. Okay. Is that correct? Oh yeah. 800 by 600 is peak resolution. Okay, I think this is good. Because this means that when we import our sprites, we don't need to change everything, I hope. Our background, no, our level, view. I think this is right. Because then if our, yeah, because now look, like our pixel scale, if I can move this weapon, well, let's undo that move, whatever we just did. If we move this weapon on top of our sprite here, pixel scale is the same. And we don't need to worry about doing scaling items or backgrounds. So we just need to remember that we're doing a 4x scaling of all pixel art, which means we need to be working with a ratio that's 180. In our environments, which is fine, I think. Yeah, because this sprite. No, this is double. So maybe we work with 360 and we double this when we output it. So when we do the sprite sheet, we do... No. I mean, we could just change the canvas size here and double it and then export it. Not sure. I don't know at the moment what we want to do with that. I don't think we want to work with bigger canvas sizes in a sprite. I think we want this size sprite, because otherwise it's going to be too much, too high resolution, and the animations are just going to be more messy. We want to stick with this kind of scale. Maybe if we condense this down there. We do this as a 50% scale. And I guess we do nearest neighbor. What does that look like? Bit messy. How is this? Does this play out? Great. We don't need to change the scale of that. Let's undo. And maybe we just remake the the like cloud fade in thing. That didn't take too long because this is mostly just stamps. This is just using a repeating brush overlaid on a couple of layers. Maybe we do that. Okay. Let's also change this while we're here to just being a white light. And then we can change the hue in the engine, and then it can be varied with the different background. I think that's better. So save this and export as Sprite's asset light. Yep. 100% export, overwrite. And then in here, I think we want Fire Wisp. What if we do mix now? No color? Okay, but what if we like halve the transparency instead? So like 128. I don't really, that's the thing. I want to do like light effects around it, but I don't really want to change the color. But it's going to be difficult to do that. Like what does that end up with? Not terrible. It's not that bright. So then what if, instead of this though, we have a color picker? Yes. What if we like color pick? Oh. Let's try that again then. No. Have to resize. There we go. Oh, I don't know why that's... Oh, because we're on wrong scene. Oh, sorry. Let's try that. And then... There we go. Do we have to darken the sprite? Like, can we put a... Well, yeah, that, but like this is the sprite, right? Wherever it is. So it is a bit, like a lot more orangey. But because we're overlaying a white light, that's what's the effect, right? But yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. If we color pick this as like an orange. Can we do... We add the palette here. Yeah, in the assets, let's dump the palette, which is in here. This one. And we'll put it in here. What's the best way to do a palette? Let's see. Does Godot have a palette importer? Maybe. Let's just get it directly from here, then. Palette. Why have we got two different versions? 4.2 plus, I guess, is the more recent. We found on the right hand side dock with inspector node history. And what's the difference with this one? Version 1.5. Okay, so we want this one. Let's try this. 3 files. What? What's conflicting? Oh, the git ignore. That's fine though, isn't it? In the project. Okay. Should be okay. And then we need to enable it, I think. Oh, wow. Okay. Load a palette. Please select palette. This? How do I? How do I load a palette? Do I drag it in? Custom? No. Okay. Just wanting the full. I mean, we can get that. Browser. Where is it? Pixel Art spec. We'll get there in a second. Palette. Normally at the top here somewhere. Go by downloads. Follow. Do we just give this URL maybe? Yeah, okay, that looks good. Yes, save this. Editor must be restarted. Let's save that as Apollo. And then restart. Let's make sure we save everything. Restart. Hey, Black Hat Solotl. Welcome in. Does it automatically restart, or does that just close? I think that just closed. Are you doing well? Is this gonna work? So now if we go here in the inspector and we go to our swatches, perfect, okay. Now can we close, we can close this one. We don't need the palette tool open anymore. We've got that imported. God, this is such a tiny thing to grab there. Okay. So now what we want to do is these lights. We want to select the orangey color and save that. And then in our level, it's kind of, yeah, we're making a game for PirateJam. So we were given the theme of "You Are the Weapon" at the start of the jam, which was on the 17th, the last week. And we've got until the 31st to make a game. We're still learning a lot about Godot on the way. Okay. That does look a bit better. Oh, does it apply? It applies a slight hue to this as well. Which makes sense. In that light, it would be that color. Okay, is there one that's slightly less orangey? Not really. But maybe what we do is we just bring the transparency down a little bit. So we do it to half, which will be the 128, and then save that. So we get more of like a glow, hopefully. It's not terrible. I definitely prefer the color that the sprite gets now rather than the white that we were getting earlier. I just realized, yeah, I've got to show it like here so that we can actually see what's happening. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay. So we've got light sources working. We've got the palette imported. The next things we need are the HUD we want to show. Which is something like this. So we hide the panel container and add this HUD to our level. And what we've got to do is make sure, actually, yeah, it has to stay on top. But this needs to be attached to the camera. And then offset like top right of the camera. How's that going to work? Thanks, squids. Like, where does that? Yeah, that puts that there, which is no good. So how do we do this relative to the camera? Yeah, I'm pretty new to it as well. We made the switch maybe, I want to say like 6 months ago now. But I haven't actually completed a game in it. We did a quick tutorial, the Brackeys tutorial on stream, and that was quite fun. And then I started working on a game in October, November. And then this is hopefully going to be the first finished game, but we'll see how we get on. So this needs to be screen space, not world space. How do I do that? Localization? Visibility? Ordering, maybe? actually have that a bit narrower on that side. Yeah, there's got to be. So I want a Godot control node, position to viewport or something like that. Like if I just put this in the level, where's that going to show? And like do a top right anchor. How is that top right? What? This should be size of that, that's fine. And this is placed in the top right hand corner and then offset, that's fine. So then this maybe we need something like a game scene. So we delete that. Let's say we do like a game scene, which will be the user interface. Let's just call this game. Maybe. And then if we add the level as a child to this, and then we add the HUD child to this. I feel like that's not going to work, but let's test it. We take it off of here. It is off of here, okay. So if we then play this scene, yeah, it's off the top hand corner of the screen, isn't it? So that's not going to work. So Godot Pixel HUD to camera. Try this. Canvas layer node that is child of camera TD and the HUD is a child of the canvas layer. However, when I start the game, the HUD doesn't follow. Okay. Make a canvas layer. Canvas layer. And then put the HUD in that. Canvas layer. Okay. And what was it? It said this needs to be layer 0, 0. Like here, your UI isn't 0, 0. Needs to be inside. I think we're inside. Yeah, we're inside the blue line. Try that. That's more promising. Why is it huge though? So we go back to our weapon script, wherever that is here, and we re-enable the movement. What happens? Let me just check that that works. So let's put our game at the front here. Yeah, okay, good. So the HUD sticks to the viewport, that's good. So the one thing I need to do now is what is happening with the transform. Is that size is wrong, right? No, okay, that's the right side. Our HUD needs to do full screen. Which is that. Our texture button. Oh. Is it because this size is then multiplied by 4 because we're doing the scaling? So if I make this 10 by 10, which I can't do apparently, why can't I do 10 by 10? Stretch mode. Keep. Let's try keep stretch mode. Ignore texture size. Okay, and then put this back to 40 by 40. No, okay. So that is the size of the picture that we did. What happens in that case? Still feels wrong. Is this because we're stretching canvas items? Base size is stretched in height and width in the project settings. Base size specified in width and height in the project settings is stretched to cover the whole screen. This means that everything is rendered directly at the target resolution. Whereas viewport, the size of the root viewport is set precisely to the base size specified. The scene is rendered to this viewport first and then it's scaled. This is recommended for pixel art, okay. So let's try viewport then. That change what we want? No. Like the HUD should be this kind of size. Why is it coming up so massive? If we scale this to 0.25, where did that even go? Oh, here. Let's see what happens with that. We're just gonna have to test some things. Okay, that's definitely wrong. So we reset that scale. Maybe we scale this. What if this is 0.25 scale? No. But then we can say stretch mode scale. What does ignore texture size if true? Size of the texture won't be considered for minimum size calculation. It can be shrunk down past the texture size. Okay, we don't want that. What happens with this? I'm just going to have to try a few things and see what happens. No, still not. But that looks better. What if this is now back to 1? This screen is too big. I set the HUD wrong. Like the scale there should be the same as the scale here, right? But instead it's increased massively and we're offset. Is this because of the camera? We got a zoom set here. Zoom is 1:1. There's something here. There's probably just one little checkbox somewhere hidden that will resolve all of this completely, but can't see what it is just yet. This box, camera box. Level transform 0. But the level itself is on 0, 0, yeah. What if we put this like right in the middle of the level? Just for testing. Yeah. And then we save and change the weapon script so it's not me. What does this look like? This is a really weird effect going on now, right? Because is the wisp even on the same scale? What if I do this to 640, 360? Does that make a difference? And then this would be 2. What does that look like? No, it's exactly. Okay. think we want to keep aspect. Let's just see what expand does. No difference. Okay, there's probably edge cases where that affects. So, resizable. Node. That's fine. Okay, maybe what we do is we just look at her tutorial then. Add canvas layer. Canvas layer node. Let's draw our UI elements layout above the rest of the game. The information it displayed isn't covered up by other game elements. Fine. Then you just drop it on your main scene, which is what we've got. I feel like we've got a difference there. Right. 640 by 360. 640 by 360. This now 640 by 360 as well? Yeah. No. That's not it. Keep aspect maybe? That do. Is it this has the wrong sizing? 4360. No, it should be scaled to the screen. Bit width. That's fine. Like if we just play this scene. No, it's still wrong. Okay. So there's something wrong in this scene with one of these settings. So what is the issue? Yeah, Godot's the way. Container sizing maybe? No. Out direction inherited. If we reset this, that's correct. Right, so it's to do with this being double scaled. But if we don't do that, then our fire wisp is like our pixel art is tiny, right? which I feel like we want it bigger than this. Unless we just, on the camera, we do the zoom 2. And then it's the same effect, right? So no scale in here. I like your optimism. I'll take that. I feel like I've got a long way to go before this is even going to be in a working position. So we'll see how we do. So now if we play, there we go. Okay. So we've zoomed in though. Which is okay. In their like swimwear. I feel like it's, well, if we look at the blurb for the theme, we do have something here, like you're cursed and become a weapon that other characters wield. Not that. I feel like there's going to be other games that will have similar kind of theme. But yeah, it's the main thing is getting this concept fun and playable. And I've kind of got an idea of how to keep the scope under control, which is... No, wait, look. Do not attempt to sabotage other teams. There's a rule for that. That would get me disqualified. Yeah, so the way that I'm going to limit my scope is after maybe 1 or 2 levels, I'm going to give the player a codex that has spells available, and it'll be up to the player to try out those spells, but that's going to very simplify the like narrative of the game. I don't need to show like where you unlock all the abilities to actually pass through the levels. And that way I can tailor the puzzles in each level to what spells I can make available and do it that way. But my screen break timer has got to 0 again. Yeah, it's only 5 days left. So I'm kind of erring on the side of 2 levels and then the hub world, which is the summoning room. But even that, I might even have to cut that down into just this 1 level. But I don't think we're too far off having a lot of the core components ready. And it's going to be mostly just doing the pixel art and animation, which I can power through a bit easier than getting stuck with bugs on this. Well, not bugs, but stuck with my knowledge in Godot. Okay, so what else do we need to do then? I think this works. And the pixel size is correct. It does feel like the rotation of that seems weird. We go to the weapon. Let's just hide that for the moment. I feel like that could be bigger. I guess if this is a dagger, it's fine. That size. And what's happened to the overlay thing? Where's my HUD? Casting circle. Where's this script? Are we not drawing our lines anymore? Place. Do we have a different scene? The node scene? Yeah, the node has line 2D. And these are nodes, right? Why is the line not showing up now? Got a feeling if we zoom out this camera, let's see, we do zoom 0.2, so we can see everything. I've got a feeling that the lines are drawn somewhere else. I mean, I quite like this as a note as a version as well, but that's too far out. Let's do 0.8, 0.6. Yeah, okay, that should be able to see. Oh, we weren't playing it from here. That's... Where are these lines? Did we turn them off? We might have turned them off. Okay, we might turn them off then. Okay, yeah, we had. Okay. No, not quite as worried. So there's a few things we need to change around that, but that's okay. Okay, let's save this. Let's do git add, git commit, imported via wisp sprite sheets. Added lights and shadows and occlusion objects. Fixed scale and viewport settings. Here, status. Oh. Right, let's do a slightly longer break. What I might do is try and get a little bite to eat, but not be too long. So if I go back to the Be Right Back screen and let's say a bit of a screen break, maybe How long do I need to make any food? Maybe like 5 minutes to get some food started. And then we'll come back and do a bit more. So be back in a few minutes. Cheers. Right. So, some food in a minute. Let's do... we'll reset the screen break thing when we finish with food as well, because we might be... No point doing it now when we're not starting straight away. Things I want to do next. So there's a few things. With the HUD, I need to do the calculations to see if a drawing is correct. So when player draws out a pattern, we need to do some kind of pattern recognition to say that's a valid spell or not. So we could look into that code, or we look into the spell interaction codes, which is when the abilities are used. Like, how do we register the effect of the ability? So those are probably the two things I want to look at next. I don't know which one I want to start with. I guess let's look at the ability first. So I guess the first thing to think about is the scale of our burst shape now. Use this? Why does this all look like crazy code again to me? Back endpoint, start line, toggle. We have it on the weapon, maybe? Yeah, cast beam, cast burst. Okay. So let's close our fire wisp, our HUD, our level, node, and setting, and target. These are the only scripts that we're going to care about at the moment. So when we do cast beam, cast burst, we were looking at the wrong script. What? Oh, because we changed this. We hadn't changed the other script. That's why it looked so far. I was like, what is this script doing? This is not to do with the abilities that we did. Right, so burst. We want to say burst true. And this needs to be a lot smaller. But we kind of want to do those based on constants. So let's do a... Do we want that in the game manager? I guess. Or the ability manager. Let's do the ability manager. What we're going to do, we're going to set this as a global. The scripts managers, ability manager, add. And then this is going to just have global constants. Just const. So let's call this like burst range. And this is an int, and it's going to be 20 for the moment. And this is going to be where we're going to change all the values. So beam range as an int. I guess actually these could be variables, and through upgrades they can change, but in the demo, in the Game Jam version, we're going to stick with fixed values, make it a bit easier. So beam range at the moment is full, isn't it? Where are we doing the range? Here, 1000. That's probably a bit excessive, but we're going to put it, let's put it at 500 and see what happens. You know what, we're going to change this. This is going to be our refs file. And we're just going to put that in the helpers script, helpers folder. So this is going to be, just check in here if this gets updated. This, we want to change the name to refs. And we're going to use this as like our global for enums and similar kind of stuff. So here in ability, we say range equals refs dot beam range. And similarly, in our burst, I'm going to say refs dot burst range. And then this factor also needs to be in refs, maybe. Burst speed, we're going to call this. That's going to be an int. It just means that when we want to change any values, when we're tweaking them later, we don't need to go into the code and figure out like where it's being implemented or anything like that. We just change these values. So at the moment it's 150. I think that's probably going to be too much. So we're going to knock that down to 100. And then in here, we do refs dot burst speed. And instead of doing that, we do actually we can just do times this times delta, and this can just be 1 and 1. That's easier to understand. But we're just referencing by that, that's fine. So now if we run the game, I've got to reset the camera, which is on, it'd be on our weapon actually. Oh no, because it might detach from the weapon, that's why we've got it on here. Okay. And the scale, we reset to 1. That looks wrong. Why does it look wrong? Okay, that scale for the bursts seems about right. That scale wrong. Oh, because no, we were saying we were going to set this to 2. That's why. And that should be, yeah, that's better. Okay. And that's still the right scale, that's good. Okay. Good, good. Right, let's get our food. And we'll pause our camera while we eat. Let me just go and put that, and then we'll still keep doing some development. Hoping, well, I'm going to keep an eye, see if hopefully food noises don't get picked up. 1 second. Right. So, what we can do, let's move Mike over there somewhere. Your back can go off. So is this tablet? That looks okay. So how are we going to do the ability interaction? What is this 400 figure? That is the range, okay. Where's the size of the circle picked up? Is that in this circle shape? Yeah, here we go, radius. So if we want it a more narrow beam, do this. And then that looks better. I think that burst effect needs to slow down as well. I think that's too quick on the range size. Which on our refs. It might actually need to hold on the final size or it disappears. In which case that's in here. For this hide we'll do after a certain time. But actually this will be different effects anyway. So this is just the collider that we're seeing. But the actual animation will add a delay that will stay behind. So one thing I want to test is what happens now if we do this. I want when an ability is cast that these get left behind. It should be from the position that the ability is cast that the spell takes effect, which will be different from our current position of the weapon. So the way that's going to have to happen is that we need a bar burst position. Let's just do this, and that's going to be a type vector 2. Do this equals position. And then can we just say like first collision shape dot position, equals first cast. Now that hopefully just leaves it behind. Oh. Because that position is going to be 0, 0. So, can I do like global position? Yes. Okay, now it doesn't show. But global position. Third time's the charm. Feel like that's working. If we change our refs, if we change the burst speed down loads, like let's just set this to like 2. Does it get left behind? Because it will take longer for the... Yeah. Okay, that's what we want to see. And maybe we're dropping this a bit more. Because ultimately the weapon speed, which we're going to set here, what is it currently set at? 20. So let's say that's going to be 60. Here we are refs, our weapon speed. Okay, it's going to be a lot faster than that, I think. That's the right kind of direction. So what do I need now? I need to mark the point where we hit an object. So in the level, we got some nodes over here. We have the zoom at 1. Let's maybe move a couple of these so we can see them. We want to change, we want to turn off the weapon speed so we can test. Nope. I'm going to do the game. So I feel like we're going to zoom in. Oh, is that going to mess up the pixel art as we zoom in? Let me just test that quickly as well. Where's the camera? Can we add a script to this? On here, if we do zoom, plus equals delta maybe. Plus equals vector 1 1 and delta. Vector 2 even. happens to the pixel art? No, that's okay. Do like a 0.1 delta. So a lot slower zoom. We should be able to see. Yeah, it messes up, doesn't it? Not as crisp. Like, we need to do a little frame snapshot, don't we? Actually, we just test it. Do like a 1.4 on that. What does the pixel art look like? It's all blurred. Yeah, it's messed up, isn't it? I'm not sure how easy that is to see, but in better detail. If we move the weapon here, we change the theme to like 4.5. Oh no, 4.7, for example, and we'll see. That looks perfectly fine. Wait, what? Is it because it's a changing scale? Or is it okay over a certain size? We do 2.3. What does that look? That looks fine, right? I don't really know what to do. Let's do this. Let's slow down this animation so we can actually see what it's. Not sure. Scale is actually being affected. Yeah, it is. Look, so in the idle, when it flicks back, it should be 1 pixel height here. And if we look at the game, when it flicks back, you'll see it's been stretched. Why is that the case though? Is that just because of the camera zoom? If we do this as a fixed amount, what happens? Yeah, now it's correct. So if we want to change the zoom on the camera, we have to do it in steps, which is going to be quite jarring. Or we have to speed ramp it so it's done quickly. So is that done with the alert? that what they're called? So from like vector 2 to vector say 4 4. What's the weight? I look this up. Look. A factor identified in a weight. Form into weight between 0 and 1. Yeah, so this should be maybe delta. And we say zoom equals this. Let's see what happens with that. Nothing. Okay. Let's do Godot alert example. Where's alert? Is it even used? Yeah, here. Oh wait, we're not changing because we're just doing delta, right? Oh, and then instead of this, you do the zoom. Okay. No. It started at 4. Okay. We set that at 2. We'll get there in the end. Now lerp it. Okay. So all we need to do is do this fairly quickly. So the 100, that might be too quick. Might be not nice to look at, so be warned. Oh, it just does this immediately. Now we can do this then. Actually, well, no, I think that's okay. We just need to change the zoom. I think to show like what is going on in the rest of the level briefly, and then zoom in quickly. What we're looking for. So what we need is some kind of function on the camera, which is change zoom level, change zoom. And this is expecting target zoom as an int. And when it happens, you just take a bar zoom active or something like that. is false. And when change zoom is called, say zoom active true. Oh, wait, is there a target zoom? Oh, that's this. Gotta replace this. Let's call this new zoom. Vector 2. So new zoom equals vector 2 1 1 times target zoom. And in here, say if zoom active, do this with new zoom. If zoom greater than or equals. Let's just do like this. Zoom for X. And zoom active false. I don't know if there's a way to tell when an alert is finished. So that should work. And we can test this with like function input. If event is mouse, input event mouse button, change zoom to 4. Yeah, it's immediate, but we change this a little bit. Maybe 50. Still quite quick. We do want it to be quite quick, but we don't want it to be too jarring. 30 feels alright. Let's do like a match event dot button index, and then this be mouse button left. Zoom 4. We say mouse button right. Change zoom. Let's go back to 1. And I'll try not to do this too frequently to be not nice. Why does it do like a step? Why is 1 wrong? We should be alright at a scale of 1, right? Night Rinks, thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest. Hope the game's all coming along well. And catch you next time. Salute to you too. So the scale, why would that scale be different? We set a transform on this, just the position. Not sure. I feel like a zoom of 1 you know, it's not correct on the x-axis. This is like all the pixels are the same height and width. But if we zoom out to a zoom of 1, we're not getting that. Let's have a look on our camera. What zoom did we end at? The zoom is 1.75. Okay. Why is it 1.75? Oh. I've been silly. That's why. Saying it. This has got to equal. Double equal. Let's try again. We were stopping as soon as it was larger. So we weren't actually zooming out properly. Okay. So as long as we can change scale so that we can show bigger events happening, but also have a more zoomed in look when we want the player to see the animations more. I think this works. Right, I'm gonna finish this food. And didn't mix very well. But that I think is okay. I think as long as we get the scale correct there. As long as it sticks to an integer value, then our pixel art won't get messed up. Right, 1 second. Quick, be right back. Right, let's get our camera back. There we are. That can go, be right back. That can go. Reset our screen break. So we're looking about. We want 7. There we go. Right, so that is going to be the function that we can call. Change zoom, and maybe we have a zoom speed as well. Which is also going to have to be an int. And that's our zoom speed. That's not accessible there. Actually, we don't need this anymore. Cool. And then we go var zoom speed. Here's an int. Can that work? No, that would hide it, wouldn't it? I feel like this should be new zoom speed. We say zoom speed equals new zoom speed. And we can give this a default value, which was 30, wasn't it? And was target zoom? Target zoom wasn't a thing, was it? I want to swap these over. This to be new zoom there, and target. Cool. That's all good. The camera might need to be something with an event then. So on our event bus, let's do a signal, which is change camera zoom. And this needs a new zoom, is an int, and a new zoom speed. Or just a zoom speed. Which can I make optional? I think I have to set it there, don't I? Signal parameters can't have a default value. We can make it optional somehow, can't we? Do I put a question mark after it? I think we can at least. Godot signal optional parameter. Have a look at the docs. Don't want any of those. Editor, no. Custom signals. Okay, let's just leave it as a required parameter then. And on here we do event bus dot connect. No dot. That's not how you do it. dot change camera zoom dot connect. Change zoom. I think that's how you do it. And then say on the weapon, let's just test this works. Event bus dot change camera zoom dot emit, and then new zoom. So let's try 3 because I don't know if it needed to be multiples of 2. And the zoom speed, let's do slow. This would be like a slow zoom in when we cast. Let's try that and see what happens. Not a slow zoom in, but that's fine. And that all is okay. Cool. So we have a change camera zoom ability, which we might need from the game manager or the scene manager. Don't know which one's going to need it. So we'll come back to those when we get to them. It's fine. Right, that was a bit of a detour based on zooms. What we should really do is another commit. Well, let's see what we changed. Level ability. Yeah. Git add all. Git commit. Edit camera zoom functionality signal. Do signal and functionality. That we don't need to put more detail. Fine. Okay. So what I need from the beam, that we've done. This we can hide again, and the same. That does work. Don't need that. Projectile might be a stretch feature for the weapons. What else can we do? Yeah, what we need to do is, instead of get collider, we want shapecast 2D get collision point. So what this hopefully does will tell me where we hit. So if we run this, does this tell me the global position? So on our weapon, no, on our camera, let's set our zoom to 1 again. So hopefully we can see these. And we want to move our weapon so that we see the whole of the screen. Like that. So what are we getting? $236.71. Could that be 236 pixels and 71 across? I think it could be. Yeah, okay. Which... in here... maybe in our level script. I think what we want to do is I think we want to spawn a scene at the point where the beam interacts with an object. Sorry, one sec. Gonna do another quick be right back. Sorry about that. Right. Yeah, do that. Not reset screen. Wrong one. Be right back. I need to hook up some scene transitions and stuff for shortcuts. Right, so let's say, is it a node? Have we got any good little UI scenes? What does the HUD look like? One of these. Okay, so let's say from the ability, well, we want an event here, which is just going to be signal beam hit, or like handle beam hit. So let's say beam hit. And then this is going to take an origin, which is a vector2, and a destination, target. No, that's the destination. It's also going to be a vector2. And how this is going to work is on the ability, here we're going to do get collision point. So we want to do something here like if beam has collision of some kind, is colliding, maybe. Then we do event bus dot beam hit And we want to pass in this as the target. And we need to give it a beam hit dot emit, right? Yeah. That's a target coordinate, and we want to give it the origin coordinate, which is just global position. And then let's just draw a very quick right. We're just going to do 32 by 32. And all I want to do is have this be something visible. Just do red. And let's do a line. Like this. Kind of want it to go off at an angle, really. The mirror. What do we want this to do? I guess we want this to be actually not mirrored. Let's do this as though we've hit something directly. We'd want it to hit in the center and then maybe do like some kind of sparking off of where it's hit. This is going to be quite narrow, the beam coming in. Let's do something like that. This needs to go to source files. And we're going to call this spell effects. And file, export that frame. I'm going to go up to assets, sprites, I guess. Let's do this. We'll make a new 2D scene. I'm going to call this hit effect. Or maybe like beam hit effect. It's going to be specifically for the beam hit. We need to add a... Oh, it will be an animated sprite eventually. Let's do animated sprite, but we just set it as new sprite frame. Take the resource of sprite spell effect. Just one by one at the moment. And I guess we need to rotate this. Minus 90? No, 90 degrees. And then in the level script, we want an export of like beam hit effect as a packed scene. How does this work? We've got it somewhere on ability? No, on the HUD. Where's our HUD scene? No, HUD script. The HUD script. Export. Oh, we need a var. Okay. And then on ready, we do event bus dot beam hit dot connect with what do we want to do? I think we can just spawn show beam hit. See that. Then we do a function here, which is going to be show beam hit. And this needs two vectors. It needs a origin, the vector 2, and a destination. So vector 2. And then what we're going to say is beam hit effect dot instantiate. Right, how do we do this in the HUD? Like this. Okay. Let's just put this in and then we'll change it based on our beam. The var node, let's call this beam hit. We don't need, we don't need to say it's a specific thing. Beam hit effect, instantiate. Right, global position is destination. We don't need to do vector 2. Location index, we don't need. Name, we don't really need. But what we do need is beam hit dot turn towards, face towards, rotate towards, look at. Was it look at, I think? Origin. I'm sure it was look at. Godot look at. Spatial. No, it's 3.8 documentation. I'm sure look at work, right? Okay. Look at might be 3D. Have a look on here. Look at 3D movement. No, okay. Should work. Let's see what happens. Can't do that because we haven't assigned the beam hit effect. What do we call it? Beam hit effect. Save that. Now, because we're not assigning it to this, we're just assigning it to the level. Can't call and child on null, but we should be able to call it on the level. Almost. Rotation's off, but almost there. So look at is wrong. Hey, Rexus Arg. Tell me if I butchered that name wrong, but I think there's got to be something like that. Welcome in. Are you also doing the game jam? So why would look at not be? I bet origin. Where is it? Where are ability? Position. Collision point's definitely right. Beam hits. Got it right. Not many could pronounce it. Just reading it slowly. Not doing the game jam this time, but next one I'm going to join for sure. Nice. So yeah, we're kind of a week into designing. We are kind of making a puzzle type game. The theme of the jam is "You Are the Weapon." So we've got until like next Friday, and the way that this game's going to work is the player like takes on, like, you're playing as an entity that's had its soul split and put into various weapons, and you can cast abilities from the weapon, and you have to interact with the environment using those abilities only. and try and like figure out a way of changing the outcome of the scene. And obviously, like ideally, you're trying to restore the bits of your soul out of each of the weapons. So it could, yeah. I like the concept, but I think there's a lot of opportunities for this scope to be big. And if I don't get the what's it called? If like the feeling of the game isn't right, if the implementation isn't right, then it's gonna not work out very well. But I'm hoping. I think I've got something started. There's going to be a lot of pixel art and animation stuff, though. That's what I'm more nervous about. Right, so global position Y. That's not going to be... So we're going to... Where's our hit? Here. Beam hit global position is the destination. That's right. Origin. Let's just like print the origin here. See what you're saying? It's a tough idea, but I bet you can pull it off. Oh, thanks. Yeah, pixel art. It isn't. Well, it depends on how particular we're going to be. Yeah, it's kind of raycasting. It's slightly different. So I think what I'm using here is a shape cast, which to all intents and purposes is the same as a raycast, but it uses collision shapes along the line. So you can like detect multiple hits. So if you shoot through something, it will return an array of all the things you interact with. But also you don't have to like hit it directly. It has a bit of a width to the beam as well. Actually, this shouldn't be raycast. This should be shapecast, but I haven't. I've got the wrong name for it. Can I find a replace on that? Do that quickly. Because otherwise I'm going to make the same mistake and get confused with that. Cool. So, yeah, what I'm trying to do is, let's see what the origin is. And we'll see what that's returning. Because that should be... $320,179. Right, so this needs to not be the global position. This needs to be our local position, I think. Or is that just going to be 0, 0? See what direction? No, it's still wrong. So using shapecast in order to detect several entities at once. You just on body entered with an area 2D node, then check for entities string names created. Then check for entity string name created through a global dictionary or it's used inside of the entity. I guess. Yeah, you just use on body entered. Yeah, we could do something similar to that. I think we get more functionality out of this. I'm quite new to Godot. Like, been messing around with it for like the last maybe 4 months. So there's probably a lot of better ways of doing things. But I think for this, wait, if that's 0, 0. Okay, right. I know what's happened. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go with anything that works, and then we'll figure out other stuff after. So actually, they're all pointing to 0, 0 up here. Which we just want them to point to the middle of the screen. But they're also 90 degrees rotated off, aren't they? So we should look at beam hit effect. So it's pointing this direction. So what if we change this to 180? Does that fix the first thing? I don't want to. Okay, that's better. Oh, right, okay. It's not going to be an issue with this, I don't think. Mainly because, no, it's all good. Good having these extra tips. Any extra help is always going to be good. The only thing in this case is we're only ever going to have 1, maybe 2 shape casts at a time. Because the spell effects are going to be quite a bit manual to cast. So I'm going to have this casting system where you have to like draw out a symbol to cast the spell. Which means that in between using a spell, there's time for it to process. That's the main thing. Right, so this needs to do... Nice. Yeah, well, we might have instances in a full game. So, yeah, because this is a game jam game, I'm trying to like keep everything nice and simple. But I might develop this out into a full game, and this might be like a first test run of like releasing a game with Godot. And I think for a full game, there may be other scenarios where you have lots of spell effects and stuff like that. In which case, I might have to look into optimization of the code and all that kind of stuff. But that's later down the line. That's like months away. Thank you. Yeah, I quite like the symbol drawing out thing. Right, so what I want to do... We're going to be casting spells. The spells are... Well, no, these spells are going to be cast from the player. That's not going to work. Yeah. I mean, I was doing some of that earlier. What was that? I can't remember what I was looking at. But it's something I was doing earlier today, and I was like, okay, I need to make sure I'm using object pooling for this and all that kind of stuff. I was like, no, I'm going to use these like one at a time. I can just like here for the beam effect. I would rather than instantiate each time we use the spell. I don't need to worry about object pooling and all that kind of stuff. But it's going to be fine. When we get to the full game, then I'll start worrying about that kind of stuff. But there's a question here about this position. I think this position is wrong. Like, I need this point to look at the direction, the origin of the spell. But that should be the global position, right? Why is that not working? Is it because it was offset by 90 degrees and I just had it wrong? So it looked wrong like that. Let's put it back to global position. It might just be because the sprite was rotated wrong. Yeah, okay. That's good. So this is detecting where the shapecast hits the spell. It hits an object. And it will now draw this effect. And then this effect will be an animation that just like shows the spell hitting. And maybe a different animation if a certain function needs to play out. So if the player has figured out like a solution to a puzzle, then this will trigger yeah, that's fine. Okay. So what we can do is with our node, is it nodes that we're using? It's not nodes, is it? Beam hit effect. No, not that one. What are these things? Area 2D, but of what type? Targets. Okay. These targets, this is what we want. Okay, so I think on our event bus, we need a signal, which is like what element of spell is being cast. So like, is it a fire spell or stuff like that? But we don't need that as a signal on the event bus, do we? I think that needs to be like a global game manager. Be easiest for us. Let's add in the game manager. And we have a default variable here. And let's call this like current spell effect. And is this going to be... This is going to be an enum. Enum spell. This is 4.3. So slightly behind what's current. I think 4.4 is recently released. Godot 4.4. Is it actually released or is it still snapshot? Yeah, it's still a beta release. no, wait, is this beta 1? Let's see. Yeah, okay, stable's still 4.3. But yeah, it looks like there's some good features coming up in 4.4. And actually, one of the things I really like about this now is... Oh, I'm going to have to remember where it is. Is it in features? No. There's something that they've changed on the website. Can't remember where it's going to be now. But it's to do with being able to see what features are coming up and like basically asking for certain features to be developed. That's not in the contribute stuff. Well, you don't have to upgrade. I think they're pretty good at making new versions pretty like resilient. I like all of these stuff. It's just it's so. I've come from doing some hobby games in Unity before this, and the switch to Godot was just so nice. Like everything seems to be like the documentation is pretty good. Like I haven't had any big issues about trying to find out how to do stuff. It's just been like there's been a way to do it, or I've found a workaround very easily. But everything just makes sense to me. I should have moved to this a while back. Switch from using Python and C#. Well, yeah, that's quite a switch. I bet you feel it's a lot easier to work with now. Do we have an enum example? I feel like there will be in the docs, won't there? PD script reference. Like this. Thing one, thing two, thing another. Yeah, super easy to work with, but took a learning curve to get used to. Yeah, I guess. So what was that like? Is it called PyGame? Or do you just mean like you were programming in general with Python and C#? Yeah, I guess there's once you've got stuff, it's much more customizable. So it's just figuring out how you want to implement stuff. That's the big hurdle. Right, enum. Spell effect. And then you just do this. Yep. PyGame I used for about 2 weeks, but didn't use PyGame. I used Virtual Studio. Oh right, just hard coded. Wow. Oh god. Just a little bit of a challenge of figuring out how it works. So let's just do some simple stuff like this. Fire, ice, water, lightning. Let's do like shatter as well. Current spell effect is of type spell effect. Let's not use an no, we can leave it with the S. And then we need a function. Set spell effect. They're just replacements for magic numbers, basically. Wait, I'll show you in a second. So if we say new spell effect of type spell effect, and then we just say current spell effect equals new spell. Right, so all this does is it's basically making it's pretty much an array. But so if I what's the easiest way to say this? So let's say here in the ability. No, this is not going to be easy to do that way. Let's say just in ready. Actually, I know where we can do this. We can do this in, I think it is in weapon. Yeah. Okay. Where we're casting the beam. Let's say instead of doing the button here, let's do mouse middle. So if we press the middle mouse button, we can call our game manager and we can say set spell effect, and we can pass in, rather than having to remember any values or anything like that, we can just say game manager dot spell effects dot fire, and that would pass a value through to the game manager that I know is definitely correct. I don't need to worry about like how I've typed it or anything like that. It's just like replacements for constant names kind of thing. So if we say, yeah, it's pretty useful because you can do a lot of like you can loop over an enum. You can like use it a lot for state machines and states management. It's very easy. Like let's say for the animations for a sprite that you've got, you might have your like idle, attack, death animations all as enums, and then you can just use that to set what the animation plays, like which animation to play. It's really useful. So if we do, where was our hit effect? I don't remember where I was now. No, not this one. Level. Yeah, show beam hit here. So that was fine. We don't need to print origin anymore. But if we say here print game manager dot current spell effect, actually that's going to print 0. How do we do the name of it? I think that's probably going to hit print 0. Let's test it. Yeah, okay. So what we want to do is what was the way to do this? Name thing. We find enum. Enums, yeah, here's the description. To be, right? Can I copy that link? There you go. Basically shorthand for constants. But I'm sure you can get, oh yeah, here, got key. So print wait. keys in are named, not registered as global constants. They are prefixed by the key. Is it just... Do I want to do something like... Where's our level? Dot key. Oh, wait. We do... I remember how you do it. You do it like this. Dot spell effects. Dot keys. Or dot find key, maybe. Game manager. Dot current spell effect. I think this is how you do it, but I might be wrong. So now if we rebuild, we hit something. Yeah, there you go. And if we did something like, where is it in the weapon scripts? So we can do these as different effects. And we can say like this is ice and this is water. Actually, we're going to get ice all the time because we're firing it on the left click. So let's just do swap between water and fire. So we hit, let's just have this here. We hit here, it's fire. And then if we right click, that should have set it to water. And then we get water. And then if we middle click, it goes back to fire. And we can have a way of detecting what spell. So yeah, really powerful stuff if you use it right. But that is good. So that we could use to send the beam hit effect a value of which sprite to play. So rather than it just being the default sprite, like what we could do is just do this a few times. Can we add this multiple times? Probably not. Let's just do this so that we've got something to work with. Select all. Add 16 frames. And then we set it to play. This might look a bit crazy, but it will give an idea of what we want to end up with these beam effects. Kind of. It's just that half the frames are empty, so you don't actually see anything. I just find that, I know it's not great practice having things global, but it's just a bit easier. I think most of the stuff is going to sit in here in our refs file. But actually the spell effects and stuff like that is probably going to sit in refs. But just while I'm prototyping, I'll have various things set up. So the game manager will be, yeah, a more global control of what's happening in the overall game. The event bus is used to transmit signals around between different like nodes in the tree. And then the refs will just be like, I think this will only be a list of constants that everything might need access to. And this will make it really easy to update values and change values. Hopefully it will get to a point where, let's say game manager here. Actually, I should just see that anyway. This should go in here. And we should be able to get it to a way that just adding an extra item here, like darkness or something, will give me everything apart from the animations that is needed to cast a new spell. And there'll only be a few things to hook up, but everything else will automatically work. So that's pretty much where I want to get to. But I think that's more out of scope for the Game Jam game. So really, in our game manager, we're going to say not this. And now we just have to say it's in refs, because refs is also global. And that'll do the same. And then where we've called it in here, we just need to say this is what we're looking at. So now the enum is in our refs file. I think that should still be all the same. Oh, maybe in weapon. Yeah, this needs to be refs. So anywhere that I want to look up a constant, it should be available here. And that's how we're going to do most of these. So hopefully that's still working. So this should be fire. And then if we change that, this should be water. Yep. And then change that, that should be fire. Yeah. I think the way that Godot seems set up, it seems quite well. It seems quite good to split things more. It seems to handle lots of smaller files a lot better than what I was doing with Unity. Just because of the way that signals work. I think that's the main thing. Like being able to use a global event bus, that means anything can talk to anything via this event bus. Yeah, it's just so much more convenient. So how I'm doing this is my ability script. If I cast a beam, if it hits something, it fires the beam hit event that's on the global event bus. And then anything that needs to react to that, like our level manager, we just connect to that event and we run a function when we need to. So yeah, once we connect to that signal, anytime this beam hit event is triggered, we'll run this, which makes it so much easier. I was always going in circles in Unity of like, how do I want two different game objects to speak to each other? And it was like, we can navigate up and down a tree, try and figure out like, if this is the parent of this game object, can I access that property or that method? But no, just signals you can just pass through. Signal bus, event bus kind of scripts. Yeah, that's where we're up to. We are at a little screen break time though. Just gonna do a quick stretch, quick beer at back, drink some water, take a little break from screens, just so that we can keep going a bit longer. And we're probably getting to a point now where if our focus is flagging a little bit on programming, we might swap over and start doing some more pixel art stuff. I'm taking breaks like every hour, so it's not I've not been going for the full 5 hours non-stop, but yeah, if I want to do a long stream, I need to take the occasional breaks. But yeah, I'll be back in, let's say like 2 minutes, something like that, and I'll just leave these little animations playing so there's something interesting to have a look. Right, see you in a bit. Right. A little bit of a break. Let me go to here. You got the bad practice of not stopping. They might just be lurking if you don't get an answer to it from other people in the chat. Normally when you look at users in chat, it's you get a few people lurking around. Right. So, what do we want to do now? I think there's two things left. I'm gonna go study up on enums and such, and then progress your game as well. Keep up the amazing stream. Thank you. Ah, brilliant. Thanks for the follow. Good luck with all the studying then, and the progress on your game. Hope it all goes well. And yeah, I hope to catch you in another stream. Right, so jumping back to Godot. We've got a few good things running. Thank you. I think there's two more things that I've got on my list that we could try and get done today in Godot. One of them, I want to do a spell shield. So like a range around a sprite or like one of the characters where the magic stops. So you can't cast anything. And also it's treated as though it's an obstacle for any effects cast. So I'll need that. And then the other option is to look at the ability casting and figure out on the HUD side of things how to notice an ability being drawn. So we'll have to see what we do with that. I always can't tell with this. Yeah. My camera is slowed down a bit again. Let me just reset it. I don't know what causes that. Yeah, it's good. But after a few minutes, well, not after a few minutes, maybe it's after a few hours, it starts to get like a bit of a delay. It's not getting hot, is it? It's not hot. It's just a little bit warm, that's all. But that could be it. It could be overheating it over time. Only a little Streamify cam. Right, let's do this spell shield. So if we just do this as a new 2D scene, and what we want this to be, not even a no 2D, this can be change type. This is not a no 2D, this will be just a collision object 2D. .2D physics body that can't be moved by external forces. I think we want an area 2D, and we need to give it a collision shape, which will be just just a standard collision shape 2D. And then this needs to have a shape of a circle. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna give this name of spell shield. Shield. Let's call this spell shield. And then we can just change the scale of this, can't we? Maybe this is 4. Yeah. So let's do an example on our firework. How's this going to work? If we gave them a spell shield, it'll probably have to be quite big. Which we do in here. We say spell shield dot scale. Maybe like 10. Invalid assignment of property or key scale with value or type. Because we need this. I think we need it like this instead. No? Not a sign. Oh, it's a vector 2, that's why. Vector 2, 10, 10. Right, yeah, and now... Ah, brilliant. It automatically recognizes it. Okay. So the other thing I want to see is what if we start off... No, not moving that. I want to move the weapon to be in the range of the spell shield. And what happens then? Always recognizing a certain that direction. I can't shoot in any... Oh wait, I can still shoot these. Oh, because... Oh, because it doesn't matter what direction I'm shooting. It's registering the hit here and drawing it on the edge, I think. That's almost right. So when we get hit here, let's have a look in this. there's a setting here. Let's not hide this and not enable it. Not disable it even. And just see where it's registering the hit. The whole thing is red. Which is what we want. Because get collision point should be the same as global position, I think. Then why is this the level it's generating this at the destination? Print destination. Let's do origin destination. Place, comma, origin, comma, this, comma, destination. Let's see what it prints out. No, it is always drawing it on the destination on the border. Why is it drawing it there though? Can I figure out? If we're inside a collision body already. Get collider red. Get collider shake. Normal, get collision point. Turns the collision point of one of the multiple collisions where the shape intersects the colliding object. So the only thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to swap around the collision mask, pretty sure. Yeah, so if an enemy, if one of the characters or the creatures cast a spell, their collision has to be ignored. We set exclude parent as true. Let's go to ability. We do, let's say function ready theme shapecast. What was it called? Exclude parent equals true. And then we add the ability to the fire wisp as well. Let's see what happens here. Only the one. Why is it only the one? Oh, because we're calling it on this. Okay. So let's do signal fast ability. And in our thing here, if we say event bus dot fast ability dot connect cast beam, and then in our weapon script for the moment, let's just do, we do a right click, we do event bus dot cast ability dot emit. So what hopefully should happen is if we left click, we just get the beam from the weapon. If we right click, it's both of them. So why is this one closest point here? And it isn't excluding parent. Oh wait, because it's not on spell shield. We put it on the spell shield. Does it exclude the parent? Because that's where the collision object is. Whoa, what on earth has happened there? Oh, it's because... Oof. Okay. Because the spell shield has a scale that's set to it. Where's our fire wisp? We do... No, we don't want to do that. Okay. So yeah, rather than that, we're gonna have to say we're gonna have to put things on different what's it, visibility layers. Okay, let's make a note then, because I'm not going to do that. Should I do it now? Yeah, let's try and do it now. So I don't think we need collide with bodies on for any of these abilities. If we save that, exclude parent is on anyway. Okay, that's definitely a thing. That's not needed. Have we got something for collision layers? Collision layer. 2D. Okay, collision objects. All kind of collision objects which all extend collision object 2D. The last three listed below are physics bodies and additionally extend physics body 2D. Okay. So detection and influence, that's fine. They can detect when objects overlap and can emit signals when bodies enter or exit. An area 2D can also be used to override physics. That's fine. Physics body can hold any number of shape 2D objects as children. These shapes are used to define the object's collision band and to detect contact. Just need to double check about this. Never scale your collision shapes. We've done that. We're scaling this, aren't we? But not this collision shape. Okay, good. Collision layer and mask. One of the most powerful but frequently misunderstood collision features is the collision layer system. This system allows you to build up complex interactions between a variety of objects. Key concepts are layers and masks. Each collision object 2D has 32 different physics layers it can interact with. Look at each of these properties in turn. Collision layer describes the layers that the object appears in. By default, all bodies are on layer 1. Collision mask describes what layers the body will scan for collision. If the object isn't in one of the mask layers, the body will ignore it. These are configured via code or by editing the vector. Okay, keeping track of what you're using for each layer can be difficult, so you can find it useful to assign names to the layers you're using. Names can be assigned a project setting layer name. So as an example, let's say you've got walls, players, enemy, coin. Both player and enemy should collide with walls. Node respective layer using the layer property. Then set each node's mask property by selecting the layers it should interact with. For example, the player settings would be like this. Okay. In function calls, layers are specified as a bit mask. The function enables all layers by default. The layer mask will be given FFF, etc. Okay. So what we could do is say on the weapon, what's this node 2D for? This doesn't do anything, does it? So let's change this. To an area 2D. And then we add a collision. Collision shape 2D. And let's say that collision shape is going to be capsule. Okay, it might as well just be a circle then. And then if we connect emitted when the received area exits this. Requires monitoring to be true. Monitoring is true. Okay. So we connect this. Why is area shape different? When shape 2D, the received area enters the shape of this area. Let's try this as well. Let's say is area spells. Let's say spells enabled. The bool. Set this to false to start with. No. Set it's true. On ready. And then here we set it to false. And here we set it to true. What have we... We need to know if we're currently overlapping any areas. Oh, okay. Way easier. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this at all, really, but we can come back to that. don't need either of these. Let's do it this way. Connect that. Get rid of those. And we say on this input, if no 2D, let's have that here. No 2D has overlapping areas. Then we handle the event. What happens here then? Let's move our weapon back over to like here. That's fine. And then if we move it here, so within this zone, now we can't fire. We can't do any skills. That's good. But also we do want to know yeah, we do actually want these signals still. So let's add both of those. This is on the weapon, right? Okay. So this will say the cast ability. Let's have a signal abilities active. Sure, let's do that. And then on weapon, we say abilities active dot emit true. And this needs to be false when we enter the area. And then if we exit an area, we need to say this. If we're not overlapping with any areas, then we can emit true. And then on our HUD, we'll get there. We can say event bus dot abilities active dot connect toggle HUD, and we say function toggle HUD. And this needs a bool. Is active. And then if is active, go. Else hide. Right, now we've got test. we do a level setup. Hey Squid, how's it going? So let's put our weapon here. Let's move our fire wisp here in the middle. And get rid of this node, whichever one it is. This one. Move that up out of the way. And point AFK, everyone with work. Oh, sorry. Trying to stay in here and watch. Thank you. Sorry, the work's getting overwhelming. Right, and then one more thing is in our weapon. If we add this weapon speed back again, does this work? We have our HUD. HUD disappears while we can't cast, and then HUD reappears. Yeah, perfect. Cool. Okay. So most of the time, the HUD is not going to be available. And that works with that. So what else do we need to do now? We still need this. We still need this not to register as a hit. If it hits itself. So, from ability to spell sheet. I guess that has to go through Fire Wisp. I mean, we can cheat. We could say that if I mean, we could have our ability cast from outside the spell shield, but that's not going to work very well. So how else are we going to do this? I think we need to do this through our collision layers. I think if we say this spell shield is like this, that it interacts with layer 1, but not with itself. But then the weapon ability interacts with 1 and 2. And also the collision has to do 1 and 2. Is that how we do it? Yes, perfect. Kind of. Why is this one hitting? It's hitting itself. Yes, okay. So weapon. Node has to be on a different mask layer. So maybe this is got to be layer 3. And this ability, at 1 or 2, is on layer 3. On here. And then the fire wisp also needs to interact with layer 3. This might work. Nope, wrong scene. Okay, and we need to disable them after. Yeah, perfect. So that only registers when it hits. And then the last thing we need is here. We need to turn these two back on. I think this, if we get rid of some of these frames, how do we just delete these frames? Delete frame here? Yeah. This one. Let's do the ones that aren't really much going on. 6 goes. It's an empty frame. Okay. Let's try this. So we can hit something. Can't cast anything. And now we can hit. And the enemy can also hit, right? Let's just refresh that. Let's say we're not moving. Which really we should be doing in the refs. Reference weapon speed 0. Okay, and now if we try and hit this. Oh wait, how is this offset? This is offset weirdly, isn't it? Right, same direction. Okay. So yeah, that's able to hit. What I'm doing is I'm casting a spell from this sprite. It's hitting this. But it's using the same direction as though I've cast it from the weapon. So if I aim for this one, well, let's just refresh that. Okay, we can see them now. They're both down. So if I aim for this one from here, we need a roughly like this kind of angle. And that's it. Yeah, got the hit effect on the right side of it. We need something that shows the beam as well. But that looks good. Let's do a commit because I don't know what we've changed. There's a lot of changes. Git commit. What are we saying? Spell collision layers added. Spell ability HUD disabled when weapon. Thanks for the follow. It's Goalie. Welcome in. Hope you're good. Ability HUD disabled when weapon. Is overlapping with other collision area. Oh, we didn't add first. Add all and now commit. Cool. Right. We are making decent progress here. So the next thing is what? We want to show the beam. How do we show the ability beam? I guess with our level setup, we kind of do just want some generic gliders, right? So this will be a collision shape 2D. Please only use area 2. What is this then? This is just a node 2D. So if we add just an area 2D, and have this, and this is like level border, and then new world boundary shape. That's what we want. How does this work? One-way collision, labeled pulse, default color true. Form visibility. Maybe it's just there. I thought normally you can see what direction it's facing. Is that what these two dots are for? I mean, let's just see. So we should have it that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we're colliding now, which is wrong. What's happened here? That should be right. Oh, here we go. Normal 0. Okay, let's look up about world boundary shape 2D. And how it works. Works like an infinite straight line that forces all physics bodies to stay above it. Okay. The lines in normal determines which direction is considered as above. In the editor, the smaller line over it represents this direction. And for example, we use for endless flat floors. defaults to up. Right, so actually we want this to be down. So now does this operate as a ceiling to our game? It looks like it might be. I think to spot it, we're going to have to move up a little bit. We just want to check. Do we have a... Yeah, we have a world border. That's like the ceiling of the cave. So we want another few of these. So this is the ceiling. This is going to be right wall. And we want both. We want left wall and we want ground. Right, so ground we're going to move to be like in line here. That didn't move at all, did it? Why did that not move? Is that rotating instead? Yes. I want to move. Why is this not moving? Because I had the wrong thing selected. Okay. So let's say this is the ground. And we want the rotation to be normal, 0 minus 1. That's pointing up. Ceiling is 0, 1. Yep. The right wall is going to need to be... Which way? 0, 1 points up. So the right wall needs to be minus 1, 0. Then we need to move it over to here. Didn't do anything. And then the left wall needs to be 1, 0. I think. Then we move it over here somewhere. So if we sit here, we should be able to see the top, right and bottom walls when we fire. But we're not going to be able to fire because we're next to the wisp. Let's just turn off the wisp for the moment. Right, so top wall. Oh, the wisp still counts even if it's not showing. Okay. Let's move you over here then. No, it's not the wisp. I've got one of these walls wrong. Ceiling 1, 0, ground. Oh, they're always in the same world boundary shape. That's why. So each one of these needs a new one. Okay, so ceiling. We want 0, 1. Save. Right walled. We want 0, 1 is pointing up. Then right wall needs to point left, which will be minus 1, 0. Let's just check that hasn't changed this one. Yep, good. Left wall will be 1 and 0. 0. Yep. And then the ground will be 0 and minus 1. Zero, 1, minus 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, minus 1. Hopefully. Yep, there's the ceiling. There's the right wall. Where's the ground? I don't see ground. Zero minus 1. Maybe it's just out of scope. Ground looks like it's the wrong way around though. 0, 1. 0 minus 1, but the dot's down here. That's like up here, right? Let's lift it up a little bit and see. Okay, it was just off the edge of the screen. Cool, okay. And then hopefully, just double check we've got the left wall as well. Move our fire wisp back over this side. Yep, we got a left wall, we got a top and a bottom. Nice. Okay. So, I kind of want to figure out how we do the beam effect. So let's see what people have suggested. Beam effect. Sprites. I know what we can do. Which actually we can do on here, right? Which we do add a line. Where's our beam effects? We close it. Open. Oh wait, there's no... Is it the level that does it? I think it's the level, isn't it? We might need to break this off. Yeah, okay. Day beam hit. So maybe let's give, if we give the beam a script. It's getting a bit messy with my code here. That's alright for the moment. Let's have a look at this. So global position and origin. Let's give this a class name, beam. That's if I can type it right. And then a function on here, which is like draw beam. And this needs a, again, the origin and destination. We're gonna have to tidy up this code. I'm not too happy with. Well, it might work. We'll see what it is. Origin vector 2. Feels like we've got a few repeat functionalities going on. And this needs to get our line 2D. Not sure. Wait, let me figure this out. Is where we're doing the, we're doing lines on the nodes, aren't we? Yeah, like no. 90D. Yeah, line add point. Let's set point position. But what if we do? Okay, maybe not this. I think this is the wrong direction. I think we delete that. We get rid of this entirely, I think. Remove that. Let's just call this beam effect, and we'll make a new one. for this beam effect. Right, so that. Save this. Beam effect scene. And then we attach the script that we've just done. So I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to work. Don't want to align TD. Don't care about beam, I don't think. I think what we want to do is add an animated sprite on this. But for the moment, let's do new sprite frames. Let's just pick something like, guess the node is fine again to use. And this is just going to be 1. Kind of working my way around not using the shapecast, I think. Let's just see if this works. Okay, let's just say we hide this view and then function, let's call this fire beam, origin destination. And then what we want to do in process is work. We do, it's going to be very similar to camera, right? So if we call this beam active and target and bar origin, or let's say source, then source and target. When fire beam occurs, source equals origin, target equals destination, beam active equals true. And then in process, if beam active position, global position equals lerp global position target delta. Then if global position equals target beam active equals false, and then hide double equals we don't need source, we need global position equals origin. Is that going to work? Beam back. Might work. Delta might need to have a multiplier here, but that's okay. And then if we put this onto level somewhere, I guess we'll just attach it to level somewhere. Did that attach? That didn't attach. Oh, because that's the script. No, did I just change the script? Yep. Undo. Yeah, okay. The scene beam effect, that needs to attach to the level. Cool. And then in our level script, take our beam here. And then we do beam effects dot what did we call it? Fire beam? So we called it fire beam. Yeah. It's our level script. There we go. Fire beam, origin, destination. No idea if this is going to work, but let's give it a try. So hopefully we'll see this node particle fire in the direction that we shoot. But what we forgot to do is turn on this. So maybe. Let's see what happens. Cannot call instantiate on null value. What? Oh, okay. It lost the beam effect. We don't want to lerp it. Okay. But that's the right kind of action. The global position. We say .x. I was right. I think we do need a source. There's probably a much better way to do this. But if we do a source here, source equals origin. No, we don't want to do this. This is definitely where focus is starting to drop now. It's kind of it, but I feel like I need to do this completely differently now. I think the thing is with this beam, no, okay, this is the right way to do it. It's just a special case because we're inside in this level. Because if we're outside and the beam doesn't necessarily hit anything, we don't have to keep calculating anything. But I guess there's other ways to do that as well. This isn't the best way. But that's fine. Okay. So what do I want to happen? I want a constant speed from the source to the destination. So if we say we got a steam speed as well, where's our refs? Here. Const beam speed. It's going to be a lot faster. We like to. Kind of want to repeat beam effect. So this will be a section. Doesn't need to be every frame. Ah, there's something close. I just haven't got the focus to get it right. let's say beam was fired in a straight line. You'd only have to worry about the origin X and the destination X. And then what we'd want is to split up that distance by a certain segment size. So what we'd want is origin X minus destination X. And then the absolute value of that is the length of our X. And then abs. Same with Y. It's probably a really bad way of doing this, but that gives us the length of our line. We could be going straight up, we could be going at an angle, we could be going right. So I need these values. So let's say var length X. What's that? Var length Y equals that. We need a constant, which is sprite size. Right size, I'm going to call this. It's going to be an int, and let's say at the moment, what's the scale of this sprite? It's maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's say 6. We want these divided by sprite size. This ignores positive and negative. Yeah, good. So now this is count X and count Y. Actually, let's have this in full detail. It might be easier. Then we'll be able to follow it along a bit easier. Var count X equals length X over sprite size, and var count Y equals length Y over sprite size. And then these need to be rounded down. Round. Next. This round down. Floor is what I want. Okay. And same for this. Y. And then whichever's greater is all that we care about. Total count equals max count x count y. Double check max is doing what I think max is doing. That's the maximum number. Yep, good. I'm almost there. For total count, for sprite in total count, so messy. Animated sprite 2D dot. Can I do instantiate? No. That needs to be a pack scene. This I want node. The target, it was, yeah, it was kind of. I just want the beam means to be fair, this can be on the ability, can't it? Where's our ability? Yeah, I think we do this. Okay. So, we're almost there, I think. We don't even need to send this off, do we? This goes to the event bus, which the level then picks up. Instantiates this. There's nothing there that cares. Oh no, it does care. I was thinking there's nothing here that cares about where the beam hit effect goes. And why couldn't I just attach that to the ability? But the ability is attached to character. Character can be moving. You wouldn't want the beam effects to move with the character. Yeah, they do need to be applied to the level. And I think the same with this though. So if we go to the level, and we get also the beam effect, actually, which go to here, beam effect, quick load, beam effect. And I think most of this we just translate across. So when we do show beam hit, rather than this, we want to start doing this. Now this is where object pooling might come into effect, but instantiate var beam. Beam dot global position equal to origin sprite size. Okay. This is really messy, but it's fine. Beam sprite size. We're gonna have to tidy this up with some functions after. There's probably a much better way of doing this now. Origin. Total count is number. This should be counted. Okay. Index, total count. Origin plus x 2. Origin.x plus length length x needs to know which direction it's going, and then we can absolute it here. Plus length x index times length x over total count. Sometimes I feel like it's easier to not be distracted when I'm streaming, because when I'm not streaming it's very easy just to put like a YouTube video up on another screen just so there's like stuff going on, and when that happens I just end up watching YouTube. Whereas this, I can't put a YouTube video up. Yeah, well, if they do, they do. I don't mind too much. No, that's all part of it. You want the questions. Yeah, the big risk is that you are kind of giving out ideas and assets. But I don't know how well you could screen record it and get the right sprite sizes and stuff like that. It'd be really annoying. I'm just thinking in terms of like that fire sprite. Like if you just screen recorded this, you've got the background, you'd have to like take out individually. But then you could just chroma key it. So, yeah, that's true. The idea is worthless. The execution is the thing. I think people would do it. I know there are some streamers who have that happen. Like, especially if they've been working on a game for a long time. The like demos and the assets that they use get nabbed and uploaded to social media as trailers for like AI slop games. And they just use the animations and all the artwork that the person has made for the last like 3 years as ways to entice people to download the apps. Yeah, it's very annoying. Obviously they can't just copy the game. Oh, my camera is completely out of whack again. I think it's not used to being on this long. Right. Yep. That's better. All accurate now. Yeah. The internet is an absolute monster sometimes. Yeah. There's always going to be that risk. For the first one, getting attacked personally, you just have to kind of be a bit thick-skinned about it. There's not really much you can do about that. And hacking the system... Oh, in person? Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess there's a risk of that as well. How controversial are your views? You know, you're spouting loads of hot takes in your streams that people are like, take to heart. I hope I'm a friendly enough personality that doesn't happen. But we'll have to see. Yeah. So is this going to work? We're saying origin X plus the ratio times the length of X. Let's just call this Aristotle, only one way to avoid criticism: say nothing, do nothing, be nothing. Yeah, I guess. This is so bad code though. Index times length Y expected that and found that's dead. Oh, is this needs that? And then beam.show. Hey Zimni, how's it going? Welcome back. Yeah, we're starting to do some slightly longer streams now for this. Well, I can't stream it all tomorrow. Because I'm out and about. So that will just leave Monday to Friday next week. And Friday is a half day. We've got to submit by 2. So I've technically only got 4 days, 16 hours, and 57 minutes left. If I'm reading that tiny screen correctly. Brain melted. Played super heavy board games today. Ooh. It's still a fair amount of time, but it's like imagine LD with Luden and Dare. It's like this is still double the full amount that you get for the jam. No, no pressure. If we say beam.show and then add child beam, let's see if this works. Kind of got no idea if this is going to do what I think it's going to do or not. Oh, and then all of this code goes, right? Beam effect. We're not doing... I'll show you in a second. I think we don't need any of this code now. Let's just comment it out. Just in case we want it to come back. What's that? Oh, well, let me just remove script here then. Then it's going to stop complaining. Right. Not quite. Oh, it's almost. But it's drawing it from somewhere weird. We've got a few things going, yeah. Give me 1 second just to try and figure this out, and then I can do a little summary. So, length origin. This is the global position of this beam. We take from the origin section towards the destination. What if we zoom out and see? Oh, don't want to move all of it. I want to move the weapon. So we've mostly been working around. Oh, we did slow down the animation. Interactions with the various like colliders. So we've now got like a hit effect of where the spell would hit, but I'm trying to draw like a beam for the spell as well. But obviously I've got some value incorrect here. And also, why is this not? See, that's kind of what I want. These kind of lines. I'm confused about what's happening here. I think we need to turn the beams back on and we'll see what's happening. which will be in ability. Get rid of these two. That's correct. And if we aim... Yeah, okay, that one hits. Why is this passed straight through? There should be a hit effect happening here. Which means we've got this spell shield on the wrong layer. Layer 2. And the weapon ability should hit layer 2. I think we might be towards the end of the focus on the the Godot portion of this. But yeah, a few things. So we've got like point lights with light occluders working. We've put some world border edges for our like beams to hit as well. And yeah, we're registering where we're hitting other colliders. Apart from this one then, why is that not working? This is this, this needs the collision mask. So maybe 1, 2, and 3 on that. What happens then? Okay, we get the collider there. No, but this is going to be wrong again now. Okay, let's make a note of that. So, mechanics. Collider. Like spell colliders. Needs to hit spell shields. But not interact with their own spell shield. I mean, I've got an easy way to work around that, which is we just only cast abilities from creatures while their spell shields are down, and we just disable them briefly to do their cast. Because we can limit when that happens to be stuff that doesn't interfere with the rest of the player interaction. But I need to figure that out. If that's what we want to do. Now what's happening with the beam though? Why is that going that way? I think I've got something just subtracting the wrong way around somewhere. Does this make sense? So, if we just look at the X position, we know origin and destination work. So they are global values of where these two positions are. So if that like crosses 0, if like destination was negative, then it would be increasing the length. Yeah, that's fine. That's all okay. We're looking for whatever we'd need the most of. And then for each of them, so the global position where the origin is. That's the global origin position. Plus this, which is a section of the length. Like we can write this way. This might be easier to see, but I think that should do like instances along the length of the beam. Oh, we've not done over total count on this side. That's why. Literally there, I can see that it's not in there. But let's redo it this way, and then we'll tidy it up after. Hopefully that was just the bug. Okay, almost. We're now doing it in completely the wrong direction. And that it's the right length. If we actually hit something, it does stop the length of it. So where... So if both of these are minus. Oh. And that should work. And then these, rather than just using these green blobs everywhere, we're going to have like a little animation. And also these impact hits are going to have a slightly different, well, they're going to have their own animation. At the moment, this is just like random bits and pieces. But I think that's okay. So... yeah, placeholders. So I think what we need to design for the like beam segments is something that is basically just black and white, and then based on what type of spell is being cast, it is quite LimeWire-y, isn't it? Based on whatever ability is being cast, we then change the color of the sprite to match, and that saves us having to design all the different animations for the game jam. Okay, quick save and commit that. -m working beam question mark? Let's see. And then we do a big to-do. Improve this code. These are the kind of to-dos that we might get to at some point, but maybe that might be what ends up in the final submission. Who knows? Okay. Let's close everything and like just refresh. Index. I'm gonna ignore that. That error is not there. Let's just ignore that for the moment. Beam effect, I think we can get rid of the scripts. That is something we don't need. And remove it, that's fine. Let's close all of these. And we've just got a game open. So what have we achieved? Got the lighting node thing working. We've fixed an issue with our pixel art rendering at the wrong sizes. And I think we've got this set now. Ooh. To have this and then scale it up. I think that's all right. Yeah, definitely lagging with the Godot bit. So maybe this is the point where we take a little screen break and then we come back and we start designing our environment for this level. I think that might be what we end up doing. Trying to think if there's anything I'm missing. Is that what this is? I think I played about 10 minutes of RuneScape in total. This is just like a summoning circle thing that I was drawing out. Is that what we want to do? I think so. Let's do a little check. It's fine. Thank you. Yeah, let's leave our fire wisp going again. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. With some RuneScape stuff. Yeah, I'm going to do a quick screen break. Back in a few minutes. All right, bye. All right. Oh, thanks, Emily. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with how this one turned out. I started on the Forest Keeper one. I was like, I don't know what shape this is going to take. But it's the start of a character. But this will be for level 2 if we get around to doing level 2 before the end of the jam. I don't want to commit to the extra scope just yet. But we are going to take the Be Right Back screen off. And then I think we can get rid of this the timer now. Where's that? Green brick timer of this one. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It might be something I need to go with. Right, let's put that back. Okay. And then sorry, 1 second. Cool. So we're going to do this level design as just the level scene. So we want it to stretch across with the right height. So what's the sprite height here? 180, yeah. So maybe we just want to design a background of this sprite. And then anything we want animated can come in the front on a different layer. I know it's better just to start on a new scene. Let's just do a new layer. Let's just do a new frame. So that's the background. That's like all of this goes. What layer is this on? I think we need like a lot lower if we're going to have ceiling option available. Trying to think what this scene's going to represent. So if we're just following the path of the weapon, you're not going to see a lot of the overall scene. But interacting with different parts of it, we need to have more of the cave that the player can explore. So even though Yeah, the sprite size needs to be higher. So maybe we're looking at like a 300 by 900. Quite a big canvas. Just do this very quickly. I think we can dim the lights a little bit. You don't need quite so much focus. Like that. Better. Right. So if we're just going to start from scratch, what colors can we work with to start with? We're going to have our fire wisp, which let's take just a random idle sprite then. File, export. We have just the individual PNG. We do, okay. Which one is that? I think that's the sprite sheet. That is. Yeah, it's much dimmer now. It depends. If I'm working on code, I want it a bit brighter. So we do an export of this. Export as just the selected frame. Visible layers. Don't resize it. Okay, export. And then in here, can we just paste that? I think we can. Do this. Paste it here. Okay, so this is our reference size to the size of this cave. Gonna be a big cave. And I've got to remember that a lot of the lighting is going to be done in engine. I don't need to worry too much about shading as well. So maybe we have like that's what we've been adding a bit today. So we've already got them. Like the fire wisp, for example. We were testing out the occlusion here. So slightly, it's not going to be loads. But for some of the 2D shapes and bits. Because I think what that will allow us to do as well is add in various light effects to the spells, which I think will add to the feel of it. But not 100% on it yet. What if we take this and we bump it up a level? And we Oh, is that what that... Is that colour? Oh, it is. Okay. I swear these colours seem different. I guess it's just because it's versus the background. We just do like a generic... I guess actually the ceiling will be quite dark. And what we'll need is, there'll be an opening here, is where the people will have come in from. I think we're just going to blob out a load of shapes for the moment. Just to get a rough idea of what we can interact with. Let's do a layer like right up here. Maybe we go more with these kind of colours actually. Because if I want stalactites and stalagmites in this, we're gonna have to have like this shade. I'm gonna hate this. Just gonna have to trust the process here. Gonna look like absolute garbage for a while. And then hopefully something's gonna come out of it. We just build up slowly, like a little cave with this. Hopefully we have something good at the end. I don't know, do they have like waves to them? That's not too bad shaped. I mean, that does mean that if the stalactites are going to look this kind of shade, then our rocks need to be completely different as well. So these are going to have to be maybe this kind of shade. I want to go darker than that. Maybe this goes something like this. You as well. Not the nicest colours to look at, but if we've got like a dark view on the screen, maybe it's alright. kind of. So, stalactites and mites are whether or not they are pointing down from the ceiling or pointing up from the floor, I think. Yeah, so stalactites downwards from the ceiling and mites are up from the floor. And then, because of that, of how they form, yeah, they can be connected as well, which is going to be like what I'd want to include. But yeah, you tend to get more sharper yeah, you get sharper from the ceiling and you get more rounded on the floor. But yeah, we will have, I think we'll have some ones that connect as well. That makes sense. But actually, yeah, let's look at some reference images. There is much, it is kind of this light coloured rock, isn't it? Be quite cool to have a bit of parallax going on. We have some stalactites and mites and columns existing in the near field that you maybe they would be like quite dark. Because we're only really seeing the backs of these ones. Like, and they would appear much bigger because they're going to be a lot closer to camera. And then really what we want to start doing is not really the step to the next fade. I have to play around with some of these shades a little bit here. Maybe let's do this. Right, this. Right, yeah, that's a better colour for some nearer ones. And maybe we shade it to this. That colour. Gonna have the light coming from pretty much just from the fire wisp. Maybe as we move closer this side. I think what we actually need is this ceiling color's wrong. I think we're just going to play around a bit and see what works. Why is that doing that? Should be a fill. Take this. Why is this not doing fill? There we go, okay. I think we're going to have to like bring the ceiling down towards this side. Okay. Get there in a minute. I think we're going to need more variance in these colors. They're a bit too similar. Sorry, not a bit too similar. They're a bit too drastic shades. Can't do something like that. Thing is also, if we're going to use in-game lighting and different effects, like if the fire wisp, if it dies, then we're going to have to reduce the lighting, so the shading needs to make a sense as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of thinking about this level. I want this to feel like a bit more of a wall. So we have this come down a lot closer. I think once we start putting some texture in as well, that will make the difference. Put these on the right layer. Yeah, that feels more like the end of the cave now. I think we're just going to mess around a bit with like some bits and shapes. attaching. That almost has some distance there, and I'm not sure I want that. We're gonna have to figure out how this attaches to the ceiling, because this kind of transition doesn't make sense. But we can use like moss and vines and stuff like that to like hide that transition a bit, maybe. Ooh. This is going to be tricky, I think. We might need to start looking up some references as well. Right, let's get a little preview window. See how this is looking. I even like pick this dot darker in color. Not awful. Get lighter. No, that's gonna be too light. That's not really gonna make sense. But okay, as a first attempt, not too horrible. But we are gonna make a lot of edits to these. So as we do some, we'll probably figure out better ways to make them look more realistic. Getting those wrong. Are they both? Why is this not showing up? I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. That should show up as the tool, right? I'm doing something wrong here. We're definitely on the right layer. That's working. Why is this shader not working? What color is it? Oh, it's the wrong color, that's why. You know, that's what it is, because this is a foreground element. We need this to be darker in general. So what if we just do this color, do a shader brush across all of it, and then we just brush it all. That's immediately better. And the thing is, we wouldn't see any definition, clear definition on this side. I'm kind of tempted just to do like this. And then take this color, kind of just like no, let's bring that back. What is going on with the brushes? Select this color, which is this color. Done something wrong here. We're doing shading from this color to this color. There we go. Actually, from this color to this color. That's not darker. This color to this color, maybe? You only get a little band around this. We get any color at all, I think. This needs to be darker, definitely. think what we'd do is we'd probably have a couple of those. If we just like box it, copy paste, we just repeat that a few places. I think as we start populating this, it will start looking better. Maybe we need another big column here in the foreground. This one can be, well, we can have a few, like, a lot narrower. I mean to zoom out. Thank you. Got no idea really what this is going to turn out like, but that's always the way. You just trust the process. Right, let's have a look a bit more at references. Like, quite craggy. And lots of spindly bits on the top. And lots of pools of water on the bottom. We can even have water running through. Interesting. Okay. So let's do, if we select this layer, give a layer on top. And how is that going to look? Alright, what color? We show water. I don't really just want to do blue, but I guess a blue-ish. Oh, that's not going to work. None of those are going to work. Maybe more yellow. Or more grey. We're going from color over here to white. Guess it kind of goes a bit greeny. Only ever so slightly. Maybe that's a good colour for balls of water. Maybe. Let's add this. And then go back to our normal, not colour spectrum. This one. Yes, we're coming down here. That could be water. Especially if we do something like have a big mass of it coming out. And you have to have it like flowing down somewhere. I actually have to see where it's coming from. A bit more like this. Like this is going up too much. The other thing I've got to really think about is I can't just add elements to the environment, because if it's anything that the player can interact with, I'm going to have to assume they're going to interact with it. And things like water, obviously, if we've got ice spells and stuff like that, the ice spells are going to have to interact with it. So, yeah. We've got to consider what we're doing with that. Well, luckily I can limit what interaction they can do by having spells disabled at certain points. Yeah, it's going to be wrong at the moment. Don't worry. We're going to trust the process. It will get better. Oi, Nintendo Bruce. Thanks for the raid. How's it going? Let's see if I remember how to do shoutouts. I think it's just this, isn't it? Nintendo Bruce. How are you guys doing? Did that work? Is it a slash? It's a slash, isn't it? Zimni sent you. There we go. Yeah, I'm good. I'm Nin Cheese Crew. I'm currently working on a game for PirateJam. So we've got the theme of You Are the Weapon. I don't know, what were you up to? Were you also doing game dev stuff, or are you Domekeeper side if Zimni sent you? So our game idea is built along the idea of the player plays as an entity that's had its soul split and put into various weapons. And through using abilities and spells from that weapon, you're trying to free your soul to restore it back to the overall entity and increase your power. We're playing Deep Rock Galactic and Balatro. Nice. Learning game dev at an extremely slow pace. I should join the club. Yeah. I've been on and off doing game dev projects for like game jams as hobby kind of thing for a little while. And I've done a couple of Luden Dares, but those were mostly in Unity. So we're just working on some like background, well, the environment for a level. We've done a few animation sprites for our characters. So I've got a little like wisp guy. A bit of both, yeah. We've got stalactites from the ceiling and stalagmites on the floor. Which, yeah, is the thing I quite enjoy it, but pixel art, when you start it, it looks so weird, and then as you slowly like chip away at it, slowly things start appearing. So I'm quite happy with how this one's turned out. I think a secondary creature had started here, and I need to do way more work on that. We've done a few weapon designs that we're going to be using. And then we've got like a summoning circle thing. So there's bits and pieces that are coming together. But yeah, it's going to be slow progress. This is just placeholder stuff. But yeah, we're currently working on the first level environment. So we're going to be set up in here. Cheers. Yeah, we're definitely trying to do a lot of improvements on pixel art. So a lot of this game is going to be animation based, and it's going to force me to make a lot more animations in pixel art than I'm used to. So we'll see how that goes. So what color? I might have to slightly... Yeah, we're going to have to pick out some new colours, I reckon. I'm not sure how this is going to look. I mean, a lot of this part of the pixel art process is just trying stuff, see if it works. If it doesn't, delete it and try again. Or at least that's how I do it. I know that there's a lot of people that can just draw it, and I'm like, I wish I could. But it all comes with practice. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Thanks for the good luck. And have a nice nice dinner. And yeah, thanks again for the raid. And the follow. Yeah, so I'm just going to be mostly chilling out here. I'll probably try and do a bit of narration of like what my thought process is, but mostly. You too. What's with these weird colors? And if we do at the bottom of this waterfall, we're probably going to have like some rock bits. I don't really know how to do this bit. I'd imagine you'd get like a build-up of sediment, so you get an edge to this. Maybe we want to do something along the lines of this. And it helps if we've got the right layer selected as well. Yeah, there'll definitely need to be bits for that. Probably just need it to be I mean, maybe even we have it less of a flow. This could be more of like a trickle that's coming in. And as it pulls, it's just like slowly working its way across. It's not fast running water. So yeah, it would come in a lot in that case. But then we need a bit of a pool here. Is where it drops in. That'll be where you get like the biggest section of it. You could even have it like, I'm going to say running off down towards the back of the cave this end as well, but that's a bit better. There needs to be cut into. Where it said spring RL you went to. Water comes out of a hole the size of a quarter. Fills up huge puddles and streams later. That, okay. So maybe we cut down this a lot more again. Yeah, that's looking better. There's more just a little trickle. And I think we'd have a darker edge this side. I don't know why we'd have light on that side, actually. But I feel like this rock is extruding. I don't know what that's connected to. Let's just... Oh, wait. Yeah. And then almost, for a lot of this, you'd get like the edges would build up all the silts, right? But like if we just have a lot of edges shade. That alone, I think, will do some of the work. And then we've got to have it as well where it sounds like you do, at least. You've been to one in real life. You've got actual knowledge about it. Okay, that's a bit better. I feel like as well with this, can imagine, yeah. Like where this interacts with, you'd probably get a bit more turbulence, but not much. If we're saying it's quite slow running water, we're probably just looking at like little trickles like this, and maybe we're looking at little tiny bits like that. You know what we probably need to do? Yeah, that's looking better. Thank you. I mean, probably not for the Game Jam version, but if we do a full release of this will have to be animated. This water's not still. Not sure I want to include all this water. Might have to cut it back quite a bit. We probably want to focus on this area of the cave. Otherwise we're going to get stuck developing loads of stuff there and then not have a way to show it in the game, which would be a shame. Across the bottom right side of the pooling, like over here, and have it. Let's see what that would look like. I mean, you're probably gonna have bits that would show what happened as well. Yeah, nice. And then maybe this needs to go a lower level. Let's do another one down here. Not that from there, but here. Just like this layer. We can almost have like a path coming in here that goes off into the distance, but then this like kind of drops away, and this would be out into it and like more into the caves. Not for the player. For the enemy, they were like summoners, or they're invokers, or whatever we end up calling them. I think we could just like darken this back here. Well. Just give a little bit more depth to this. And then this would be the same. So we need to do this, select that, this to this. Hey, Sadam Dev. Adam Dev. Thanks for the follow. It's taking shape. This needs to be less uniform. Means we need like a boulder or something over here. What layer is this on? That's behind. Don't know who's Andrew. Well, welcome in. How's it going? Why are we not getting... Maybe we have a layer... We need a layer above this one. So we're just bringing a new layer here. Maybe we start having some... like just shapes here. I think we've got to do some more shading of this. No. Couldn't pick anyone worse in the world. No, actually there's probably a few people worse, but not far off. In my eyes, at least. Maybe let's have... It's a bit more down here. Then... do this. Let's give it some more variance on the light side that you'd see. We need more stuff down this side, so we are gonna... I'm not sure I like the blue as well, or the whatever color this is, like purple. I think we need to pick something different for that, which might be this color actually. So if we select that and fill it, that I think is better. But it doesn't mean this needs to go darker again. So maybe we do like this. Thank you. I listen to Game Chops mostly. It's a bit of a variety. But if you see top corner here, right at the top, there's whatever the track or the artist is. Why? I select this and this. Select that layer. Oh, it is. It's small. So if we do stuff like this, so mostly it's from Game Chops. They do a lot of stream friendly. Here, if I break my overlay for a second, I can show you. So just on YouTube Music is what I use. We've got stream beats are all free to use on stream. They're safe. So they've got a whole load of albums of different genres that you can check out. If it's Harris Heller or stream beats, that's what you're looking for. And then also Game Chops has loads of stuff, which is these guys. So a whole load of albums that are built around like video game music, but all stream friendly. And then also, no, I don't. Well, there's only so I also have the Heartbound OST, and to use this in stream, you're meant to purchase on Steam. So if you go to Heartbound, where'd you go to it? Wait, how'd you go to the Steam page? Go to the store page of this. Well, no, it's specifically for this. Yeah, here. So, because of what they've done, they've said here, the songs in this OST can be used in any video or live broadcast as long as those videos or live broadcasts are not being used to advertise in any way. Or directly re-uploading, all that kind of stuff. The intention is that you use these songs as background music for your Twitch streams or YouTube videos without worry of DMCA. So, I think there's an agreement somewhere, basically saying if you purchase the bundle, the OST, then they're happy for you to use their music in your streams. Yes and no with the copyright stuff. So I'm multi-streaming onto YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I have to use copyright-free stuff. But yeah, if you just streamed to Twitch and you mute your VODs, then basically you can only get copyright strikes if the owner of the copyright license watches your stream live and gets you that way. I think it's pretty rare. So most people just mute their music when they're streaming for the VODs. There's an option in Twitch somewhere that allows you to output your audio on different tracks, and you can tell Twitch not to pick up other tracks on your VODs. There's a whole thing around it, yeah. Yeah. Right, so if we do that and that, then bring this up. Into here a bit. The problem with that is we're losing this stalactite here. Unless we also darken to that. which we can do, yeah. These different layers are going to be really annoying to work with in a bit, so might have to mess around a little bit on this. Get it working. Do this, this. Right, this and this maybe? Right. Not a massive fan of how it's going to look. Maybe something along those lines. Right. I think over here we can do a little bit of the same. What you think not putting... I kind of want some darkness over here in terms of this grey, because I want to merge these into like a bit of nothing at the top. Oh yeah, no, that was just... It was this bit here that I wasn't keen on, where if it's connected, it doesn't feel like as much of a cave. That feels like it can just go off somewhere now in that portion of it. And actually, that could be the entrance into the cave. Rather than this output here. We'll have to see. Let's play around a bit more though. I think we want a load more of these. Like small spindly ones that we saw. I don't like flat edges though. Let's work on this side. I think it's dark. It's not going to cut across that though. Because at the moment this just feels like it's floating out of nowhere. If we put it just off the screen, way better immediately, but we need to have some that aren't all from the top of the screen. I think we'll worry about the different layers after. We can always come in and fix those. So that is that and that. even just having stuff like that in the background, like maybe this can go darker, or this can actually just fold into this. Yeah, I think that's better, where you can't even see the edge of where it joins. But correcting these layers is going to be an absolute nightmare. I'm gonna have to, the way I do it is I go through and like activate a layer and then activate the other layer that it's meant to be on. So wherever this bit of purple is meant to be on a background layer, I'd have to go through and find whatever layers it on, which is that one. And then basically draw on this layer, this purple, and then on this layer, delete it. Now it exists there on the right layer. I'm not sure I'm going to bother too much doing all of that because that's going to be an absolute mission. Right. So we're also getting to a point now, though, where we need to start considering how the puzzle bits are going to work. Which is going to be a nightmare. I think we're going to have a big enough challenge doing even just one level of this jam. Maybe it's all going to fit together, but I think it's going to be pretty tricky. So the other question as well is how much do I want to include in the overall level design? And how much needs to stay? They're going to be separate elements that get added on top. So the easiest thing will be to have the environment design fairly clean. So we might actually not add too much more to this. And then in Godot, we create other elements that are the interactable elements. And they sit in the level separately. I think that's probably going to be the case. In which case, how much more are we wanting to do here? Why is that gone? Be there, that's fine. It's going in the right direction. I wouldn't mind having a bit more like foliage around and stuff like that, but that can be stuff that might change over time. So we might do separate sprites for it and layer them into a scene in Godot. Let's just do a little bit more of this outdoor bit. Which is this? Yeah, okay. Actually, even that thing. Not the right. Hey Ebu, how's it going? We're doing a bit of environment design. I guess that's what you call it. Thank you. It's going to be like the first level. I'm not making it easy on myself. There's going to be so much pixel art, but it'll be good challenge, good work, good thing to get working in. How you been? What you been up to? I want like just a little lip goes around the edge. And maybe at some points you don't see it at all. Just to show a little bit more depth, hopefully. Why does everyone hate that? I didn't think there were people didn't like them. Am I behind the times as well? Oh, really? Maybe not the vibe you want to be giving off. I don't get this. Is that... No, that's that color. Right, okay. I feel like I'm going mad. I feel like I'm selecting colors on this palette, and they're not the colors that are getting put on, but they are definitely the colors that are getting put on. Thinking 70s programmer lol. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I can probably understand why some people might say it's a serial killer vibe as well. Have I got none of these colors? Okay, right. Is it this color? And this color? What color is this? That color. Right, okay. You managed to get one thing out of the three things you were trying to get right. Oh, no. Was it... Are you... Yeah, which one did you get right? And what are the two that's still troubling? Got a few more people in the chat, so hopefully someone might be able to help. Finding the closest enemy is now working. Nice. What we like to hear? Yeah, what's next? You doing Godot? Or are you different game engine? Cool. Okay, we might be able to help then. Oh, it's a long one. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, the race condition. Is that still occurring? I actually think this can come a bit more down. And I know what's going to fix this. If we take a little bit of this, a bit darkened, we draw just a little path cutting through in the distance. Oh, not like that. We do this right. We do some shading on that. These two. So what happens is durability for your projectile. It's how many enemies it can hit before it queues free. Yeah. Ah, yes. Code supposed to lower the durability, doesn't get called. don't like this. I feel like this go through. Because the enemy dies and the collision disappears when it dies. Yeah, that's alright. But then you can trigger it on the collision, right? Like on body entered, do something. Oh, this is getting somewhere though. This needs to continue on round. The main issue here is this feels like it just drops off the edge. So if we add a bit more support here, by just having this where I need to use shading more. No, undo all of that. Okay, let's do this and this in a shader. Just, whoop. That's a lot easier. Actually, let's get all this being this darker color. Go up to the next one. Ooh, that's better. Still not right because this looks very disconnected. Maybe we take this color and like one of these colors. Make it darker. Blue look like. Place of this. No, that doesn't look good. Okay, can we take this and go darker? Add a new color. Then we take this, in our shader. Do something with this. The way durability is reduced is with an on-body entered. And if the enemy dies, it sends a signal that it died, and that calls Q3. The dead signal called remove enemy on-body entered doesn't get called. But the dead signal's got to trigger off of the collision being detected, right? Like, let's just have a quick look. So we go to how Bracky's done it. Pretty sure the slime doesn't care, does it? Oh, you can't kill the... I think in the tutorial you couldn't kill the enemy, could you? There was no attack. So the way this was working was there's a kill zone on the enemy, and if that notices a collider, yeah, you could do something similar here. If body is weapon, for example, then body dot durability reduced emit, and emit a signal to it that you can pick up that way. You might be able to do something like that. It's difficult to know without looking at the code. Actually, you want to chuck it on Discord? I've got a Discord link down below somewhere. And like, there's a game development programming channel. If you try and put a code snippet on there, then you might be able to have a little look. It's difficult to know without like actually looking at the code. Okay, this is definitely feeling better. This feels like it's a route in now. This feels like it could be a separate area. And this feels like there's enough open space for the like level to exist here. I do think we need a lot more. Oh no, well, it's just that. We need a lot more of the stalactites. And we need something that's obviously... Well, then we need to add the interactable elements to this. I know what's gone wrong here. Is we need this and this. So that in the background here, you have other rocky bits like this. Don't exactly remember what day it was and you weren't streaming. Someone got some... I imagine there's going to be similar ideas. That's not an issue if that's the case. It'd be nice if we've got some uniqueness, but not the end of the world. Especially as it's probably unlikely that we're going to end up with similar art styles. If someone else is doing something similar. I kind of feel like we need to go like down level on this. Can we do like 1, 2, 3, 4? It's not letting me. We do like that and that. Then put, oh no. Put that at the end. That there. Like that should be the palette order. In my eyes. Oh, nice. No, that's good. Why would that hurt a bit though? Likely that he's well, I'm sure he's out and about looking at what's being done for the jam. I prefer that. Can I add? No. Oh, right, okay. It was exploring when I wasn't streaming. Ah, that's alright. It's getting there, isn't it? We need something more here, but also I don't want this bit to be too busy, because this will be pretty much where the player has more agency. So I'm almost tempted to say we stick with it here. I need to go through and like correct a load of bits just in terms of the layers, which I might do by just exporting this into a new scene, a new Aseprite file. I think that's probably better, and then we can work with the, because like going from what was this, we turn this layer off, to this is quite a decent improvement. And we're missing the columns on that layer. Yeah, if we collapse this down a little bit. There's not so many layers there, so actually, what is this sprite size? 900 by 300. Now let's just do a load of layers. Probably more than that. And take this, and then we can throw away some of the old. Why is it missing? Is it still turned off? No, they're there. What I'm going to do, copy this down to that layer. And we can delete that. Copy these two down to here. And then we can delete these layers. So we're preserving the layer order, but we're condensing them down onto individual layers. And then we can copy this over to this. Is that everything there? Why is there a gap there? What's on this bottom one? I don't know what that is. But it looks like there's nothing on it. I think that's safe. We delete these 3 layers. And then we save this as... I guess we call this cave level. And this will be a lot easier to work with. So yeah, the thing we need to really do is go through and say everything on its correct layer. Like this is now missing top there. Just a little bit here. Just get rid of all of these little imperfections. Those ones look fine. They can add, that little gap there is fine. Those look fine. We'll probably add more to this layer as just as a background thing. And what we'll try and do is like copy and paste a few of these. Actually, we might be able to do that now. Copy and paste that. We're on the wrong layer. Copy and paste. No. We'll get there in a second. Copy and paste. There we go. So I figure if we do like stuff like this. I mean, I don't know what that's going to look like with the rest of it. But yeah, that's better already. So just have a few more of those dotted around. Going to add to the entire feel of it. You know what's even better than all of this? I'm kind of intending for the layer, wherever it is it on the storyboarding here? This like layer of fog around the screen as well, so you won't even see all of this. There's bits of this that will get revealed. Yeah. I definitely need to do that. But yeah, if I just got these. Like, what we can do is duplicate this layer a lot more. Like, just have loads of these ones around. Because it's a darker colour, it's not as noticeable. I mean, it's definitely not noticeable there, but... It's on front of that bit. Like, we can have this one repeat quite a few times. It won't be that obvious. And then we need another bottom one as well. That's looking alright. So, is there anything on the wrong layers though? Those two are fine. That's fine. I mean, this needs work. That definitely needs work, that layer. The rocket's fine. The ground is fine. That's the outside cave. That's okay. That's the ceiling. And then that's the background. Everything looks like it's all right on the right layers. I thought there was going to be loads of fixing to do, but that's good. Let's do one more break. I need to nip to the loo, and then we'll maybe try and fix up the water, add some more puddles to the floor, add a bit more texture to the wall, and then we'll wrap up. So let's do a little break. No, not reset screen. Where's my be right back? There it is. Why? That's weird. The transition option is grayed out in OBS. How do I change scenes if I can't click that button? What has happened there? What have I got selected? I've got something selected somewhere that's not letting me do it. Have I got something open? Let's close this. Let's close Discord. I'm still alive, right? Yeah. I don't know what's happened there. Scene transitions? Alright. Let's take it off studio mode and put it back. There we go. Okay, I think that's worked. Let me just double check. I'm not sure. Okay, we've got Be Right Back. That's fine. All right, back in 2 minutes or so. Bye. Right, we're back. Is that okay? That's set up. That's fine. And let me take the Be Right Back message off. Thank you. Yes, it is. Good. Right. We'll do maybe like... Thank you. It's improving, yeah. I think it helps having the path going off into the distance back here. Actually, we probably need some water going down there as well. I think that might sell this more if we've got like a river cutting through it. We're on that layout. We're with... Oh, this is its own color. Did we added a color, right? Then let's add these colors back into the palette as well. And this one needs to be in the palette for this scene. Okay.